You have tried to engage the entire parliament in this program. It's a national program. It has nothing to do with politics. It is a program that belongs to the entire nation. And indeed, we have just started the committees at work, and we reach out to Parliament so that parliamentarians can be fully involved in this process, and that every parliamentarian will be given the opportunity, and every ethnic group in the Gambia will be given the opportunity, and every sector of the society will be given the opportunity to showcase their culture, their artistic, a lot of other things. We are expecting to invite 6 heads of state to attend. Last week, I was dispatched as a special envoy of the president to President Macky Sall, Senegal, being given the chief guest of honor of this ceremony by His Excellency President Adama Barrow, taking into account that President Sall will not be running for office in February next year. And we hope to invite neighboring heads of states also to come and join this celebration. It is a very significant one in our history, particularly in the culture that Gambia have gone through the last 200 years. And that's why my ministry believes that the support of cultural groups goes beyond Banjul. We have supported almost all the festivals throughout the country, financially and technically also. We have attacked technical officials to give them support in making sure that this cultural celebration is done. And the records are there to speak for themselves. The amount of money it disbursed since I took over office. We believe that culture is part of our life. It can unify us, it can give us pride and places. Madam Member of Banjul South, we will continue to support them, and we are supporting them, and we will be working. And that's why, because of the return of Banjul and the celebration in Banjul, we are now moving the program from the 4th of January. Yes, where we are the point of order. The time taken to ask the supplementary questions shall not be longer than 1 minute. And answer to the supplementary questions shall not be longer than 2 minutes. Yes, that's what he said. He has got to explain what he is saying with the permission of the speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, but he's not answered my question yet. Maybe he's explaining, but not my question.
Repeat the question, I will answer it. The question, I'll be happy to answer it. I said, raise your hands if you want to comment.
To shout, and I will not hear you. I heard the voice of Latikunda Sabi, am I right?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Well, it is my opinion that both the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and every National Assembly member is a subject to the standing order. So I don't think nobody should take permission from the Speaker. Let me break the law or bend the law, and you let him to break or bend the law. I don't think that's proper.
You see, Honorable Member, every law has a way out. There are laws laid down, like Honorable Member, when you don't come to Parliament, or you dodge, you should not dodge, but you go, it's a right. It's against the law. There are those who will call, and only the office of the Speaker grants that permission, and they will call, I grant them. Some of them will only notify and come and tell me I could not come because I was sick or I had a program. Those are not permissions. So what I'm saying is the Honorable Minister is granted to go beyond that place to explain what he is supposed to explain. Honorable Minister, can you continue, please?
Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, then
the debate is closed.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable members, the debate is closed.
Can we make observation, please?
No observations.
Please.
No observations.
Please.
Honorable member, no observations. I'm not granting observations. Honorable Minister, can you
lose
proceed?
track then.
Honorable Speaker, I would be happy if the member for Banjul South can raise his question again, and I would certainly attempt to respond it by your permission.
May I now invite...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Who is speaking?
Is Saho, Central Body.
Honorable Member, you say you're rising on?
Point of order, 43. 43.3.
Pardon?
43.3. Honorable Speaker, the time taken to ask a supplementary question shall be no longer than 1 minute, and an answer to supplementary question shall not be longer than 2 minutes. This period may be extended and at the discretion of the Speaker. But you did not tell us. When the Minister said you will read further, you should have said granted so that we would have heard you. But nobody heard you saying it. We know that you have the prerogative to extend it, but nobody was aware of it in this House. That's why a member rose up.
Honorable Member, two things. I have made a ruling. And when I make a ruling, you cannot make any other comments. There is a process. I have a ruling. Whether it is right or wrong, that ruling stands. And the other thing is, he said, with your permission, I said, go ahead. Yeah, you never heard it. So, all right, just hold on. Fine, just listen. If I had not given him permission, I would have stopped him. Listen very carefully. I granted but you asked. I said I granted him permission. Does it say that you must hear it?
Members need to know.
Members need to know, and now...
Members know that you have granted him.
And when the member asked, Honorable Member, please, Central Badibu, the member asked, and I made you know that I granted it. Yes, so what next? That's what I said. I said I granted him. I said the member asked, and I responded that I answered him. What else do you need? Honorable Member for Central Badibu, there is no person you can rely on for you to know. 1. 2, you asked and I made you know. What else do you need? Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, can you proceed? Now, you have just answered that question. We now proceed to the next one. Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, you will agree with me that...
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable Minister wanted me to repeat my question. It's not been answered.
Honorable Minister, do you want have you answered, or you want him to repeat the question? You want her to repeat the question?
Honorable Speaker, with your permission and for clarity, I will request the Banjul South MP to repeat the question, and I will give you an appropriate...
All right. Banjul South, can you repeat your question?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Mr. Speaker, what I said was I applauded the Honorable Minister for the initiative that he took to open a radio station, the first after Radio Seed, and then I asked him what plans he has to establish recording station, because we have many upcoming musicians in Banjul. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question of the Honorable Member, but government does not involve in creating or establishing a recording studio. This is a private venture, and I can assure you that this government, through my ministry, will encourage and support all those who want to enter into these ventures.
Yeah, can we now have the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, you will agree with me, improving arts and culture doesn't necessarily mean only concentrating on building the local infrastructure or activities. Is your ministry considering issuing diplomatic passport to prominent musicians and dramaturgs to ease their travel to other countries? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask what the Honorable Member...
I don't know the relevance of diplomatic passports to the principal question.
Honorable Speaker, do you read the question?
Honorable Member for Latrikunda, may I hear you?
I said, do you read the question properly? It's about improving arts and culture in Banjul, which is solely part of Gambia and our capital for that matter. So we can derive or inspire ourselves from this question and ask anything that is going to improve arts and culture.
You want to justify yourself, but it's not justified. Honorable Member for Jesua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think we all know Banjulians with culture, and then it's about culture. My question to you is, what plans do you have to bring back those cultural days in Banjul where we used to celebrate Rasulin, where we have two arenas, where we used to celebrate Rasulin, where we have two arenas? Are there any plans to make sure that Banjul come back to those days?
Although it's a new element, but I would still, with the permission of the Speaker, attempt to answer it. I can assure you that we already have a program of constructing wrestling arenas throughout the country, and that program, if completed, will take care of exactly what you are talking about as we speak now.
Question number 253 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture explain to this August Assembly when would his ministry commence work to reclaim and maintain Kunta Kinte Island in Jufure, which is being eroded by the river on a daily basis, and also to rehabilitate the jetty in Albela? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi constituency. Through the $68 million World Bank grant on the Tourism Diversification and Resilience Project under my ministry, there is a provision for the protection of the Kunta Kinte Island and the jetty at Albreda. The project is currently hiring consultants for the feasibility studies. This will be followed by the start of works to protect the island, which is a UNESCO heritage site. Most likely in the first quarter of 2025, because the pre-design and feasibility studies must be done for nearly a year to understand the issues associated with the intervention.
Any secondary?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the issue of this $68 million project has been, we have been hearing it for so long now, and you promised this August Assembly that part of that money will be used to reclaim the island and also to rebuild the jetty. But like, it's been so prolonged, and we ask you to give us a timeline. When do you think this work will commence?
I've already indicated that in my answer. These are very technical issues which are beyond my knowledge and scope. But I'll depend on the advice of the technicians. And as I have indicated in my answer, by 2025. Because it has to go through a long process of bidding, and selection through the World Bank thing is very rigorous. So it is not under our control entirely as a government, although we are part of the process, but it must be subjected to international guidelines and procedure and processes. So we can not tell you that it has to be today, but by 2025, as I said, when the pre-design is ready.
Daily, do you have any mitigation plan at this point in time to mitigate the erosion that is eroding the island daily, different from depending on the project?
Mr. Speaker, this island has been deteriorated in the last 60-something years, and there were no attempts to restore it. Under this government, we took it upon ourselves to make sure that something is done with one of our greatest heritage sites, that is the James Island, which is now Kunta Kinte Island. And that's why we hold it as a strong value, that the island, something must be done. And that was what motivated this government, one of the reasons to engage the World Bank, to make sure that at least something is done to protect the island. And that process is ongoing, and we make sure, inshallah, by the end of the 5 years for the program, for the project, we should see a great difference for the betterment of that island.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister tell this August Assembly how were you able to establish the amount of funds to be spent on the restoration of the island without a proper feasibility study and a project design? How were you able to establish that amount? And how much of that cost will go into consultancy?
Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the Honourable Member the establishment of the cost goes beyond the Minister and beyond the government. This was as a result of a very long negotiation between the World Bank and the government of the Gambia. It was to take us minimum 2 years to complete this negotiation. My ministry, with the support of the Ministry of Finance, did it in 6 months. And we got approval of this amount. It has never happened in the history of this country. And I think this shows the commitment of our officials and the commitment of this government in making sure that things are done. The specificity of the project, I cannot tell you for now because I'm not involved at that technical level. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, my question is not answered.
Honorable Member, he said the specifics that you required. He cannot give you those ones now.
No, what I questioned was, how was the cost established without a proper feasibility study? That was my question.
This is what I'm saying. He said he has to refer the question to the technicians. He said he cannot give you those specifics now. Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you will agree with all of us, or most of us from North Bank region, that the island is a source of income to the economy and to the people residing in the Nyomis. Honorable Minister, the island is dilapidating day and day out. So what measures now that you can employ apart from the project funds to restore the baobabs that are dying infected and the erosion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the Honourable Member, the National Center for Arts and Culture and the Gambia Tourism Board is working with the communities concerned to make sure that some of these issues are addressed.
Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I think it's just like similar to the question that Honorable Shao asked. But why are you interfering?
Honorable Member, can you take the floor?
Yes.
Use your microphone.
Yes. Is your ministry aware that we as a country is losing a lot of money from the Kunta Kinte Island as the way the status quo remains? Is your ministry aware that we are losing a lot of money the way the status quo remains as far as the island is concerned? If your ministry is aware, do you have any plan to bring the island back to life?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware we are losing a lot of money. If the member have some statistics and the amount lost, let him furnish it to my ministry.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, you mentioned that the project would soon start. Honorable Minister, you mentioned in your answer that soon the project would start. And who is the contract awarded to? What I'm saying,
I will request that you read the answer before you proceed with your questions.
no, listen, you mentioned in your answers that soon the project will start. I'm now asking you, who is the contract awarded to?
Mr. Speaker, that's why I requested the member for Foni Jarol to read the answer to that question so that he will know exactly, because what you are saying.
Honorable members,
Excuse me, my answer read. Can I be allowed to read my answer, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just answer his question from the answers you have given.
I said the project is currently hiring consultants for the feasibility studies. This will be followed by the start of works to protect the island, which is a UNESCO heritage site, most likely in the first quarter of 2025, because the pre-design and feasibility studies must be done for nearly a year to understand the issues associated with the intervention.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, remember these are oral answers, oral questions and answers. Members don't have responses with them, written responses with them. They rely on what you will tell them in what you have, and then they take notes. Members should also take notes. As the honorable members, as the minister responds to your questions, you take notes. If you are not satisfied, you come back. Somebody's changed something. Pardon?
Speaker, Honorable Minister, as you know, the area is also consuming a heritage site. And the erosion is consuming everything, as he said. So what contingency measures or what emergency measures is your ministry taking, at least to protect the area before the project actually comes? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me inform the Honourable Member for Woolly East. We will engage the Ministry of Works now that you are preparing the budget, so that you can insert an amount for them to be able to go and do that.
Honorable Minister, let me thank you very much and thank all honorable members who participated or asked questions, and all of you. We thank you for ably responding to questions posed by honorable members.
Mr. Speaker,
Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you for thanking me. I have something burning in my heart, and I wanted to be allowed 1 minute to say it to this august body. Can you allow me 1 minute?
I'll give you 1 minute at your request.
Yes.
Not in order.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the House leadership, and I congratulate the members of Parliament and government for giving them a fitting means of doing their job. The vehicles given to them is very fitting and timely for them to be able to discharge their responsibility. but I share a different view with most people and others. I believe that Section 112 of the Constitution have made it very clear the responsibilities of members of parliament to the Gambian nation. I therefore believe it is wrong for them to be deducted $22,000 a month to meet up the cost of this vehicle.
Honorable
This
Minister,
is my view, and I believe it's wrong.
Honorable Minister, you have 15 seconds to go.
It should be converted into fuel, and they should not pay a dime for this vehicle. They are doing a job. They are elected members. It is wrong, and I think your
Honorable Minister, it's time.
Do everything possible that they should not pay a dime.
Honorable Minister. Honorable members, you were the very ones who were telling me, no, it's out of order, don't allow him. And now you are the very people knocking the table. Once again, Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
10 minutes.
Huh?
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you remember you and I, Mr. Speaker,
members.
you and I were given scrap vehicles at the Kotu depot, at the Kotu workshop. We calibrate, we can cannibalize.
Honorable Minister, your time is out.
Our members were begging for living.
Honorable Minister, your time is out. Once again, yes, you, Honorable Minister, on behalf of both sides of Parliament, we want to thank you very much for ably answering to questions posed by honorable members. You are excused now. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have to invoke Standing Order 14.3 to change the order of business for today. The Honorable Minister of Interior was here this morning, consulted us, and we granted him to go and do a very urgent thing immediately, and he will be joining us later. So instead of having the Honorable Minister for Interior, we will go to the next one as per the order paper. Yeah, honorable members, we are doing as usual the consultations. As I said, I invoked Order 14.3 because the Honorable Minister for Interior was here early this morning. He was with us and then was granted permission to go and do some urgent government business. Now, what I'm just being told is that the next 1 week is communication and the trade. We're now going to have communication from their trade. Information, and then trade. What I was discussing with the Office of the Clerk is, so far, you've consulted them and they said they were coming. I will read out, I will go by the order paper, and then I will let you know that those people, according to the Office of the Clerk, they were contacted and they said they are coming. Probably they are coming later than now. But we will just want to inform you about that. That the next one from Interior should have been information. The Office of the Clerk just told me that they have been contacted and they said they are on the way coming. And the other one is trade, industry, regional integration, and employment, I understand also are coming. We will then have to move, honorable members, to the Ministry for Transport, Works, and Infrastructure. Clerk, can we proceed?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works, and Infrastructure.
Invite the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works, and Infrastructure to take the podium. Question number 238 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly as to what plans they have put in place to avoid flooding in the city of Banjul and beyond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As part of the Banjul project, 2 new pump electrical panels were installed at the Bond Road Pump House with capacity of 2 million liters per hour to pump stormwater from the Bond Polder to the riverside. Additionally, 2 sluice gates were reopened to allow free flow during low tide from the polder. Within the city, clogging of the uncovered outfalls through the illegal dumping of waste has been a major challenge. However, the project has now covered almost all the outfalls within the city. It is important to note also that prior to the start of the rainy season, the canal behind P11, which is the Gambia High School pumping station, was excavated and cleared free from all vegetation for the ease of conveyance to the canal ring and subsequently to the stream.
Any supplementary?
No supplementary, thank you.
No. Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, when was this pipes fixed at the Bond Road pumping station?
The pipes were fixed last year in the wake of the heavy floods that the city experienced. And it is important to note that this year we have not experienced any flooding in the city of Banjul.
Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you made mention of facing some challenges with regards to illegal dumping in Banjul. have you tried to engage maybe, which is very sad, definitely, have you tried to engage maybe the council, who is having the sole responsibility of collecting those illegal dumping, to see whether something can be done?
Well, my ministry has been in constant touch with the Banjul City Council to, of course, improve on the waste collection in the city. However, we have to say that with the improved infrastructure that we have seen in Banjul, it is yet to match with the level of cleanliness that we would like to see in the city. But the council is also, in constant touch with us, and hopefully by the end of this year or next year, the project will buy some equipment for the city of Banjul to speed up with the cleaning exercise. This will include trucks and other, dustbins that will be used for waste collection. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the question is specifically about Banjul, but there are some areas in the country that are experiencing flood, especially Bundung. What's your Bundung, yeah.
Honorable Member, I think you can post.
No, it's similar. It's similar. It's
Honorable Member.
It's about floating, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member. Specific.
Let me reframe it, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Central Body.
Bakau. Honorable, can I reframe my question, please?
Honorable Member for Central Body, if you are not taking your floor, let me call somebody else. Then take
Humanity is concerned. I'm appealing on his behalf to reframe. Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, with the sea level rise in the Gambia or outside Gambia, what do you think we can employ to protect Banjul from seawater rise? Because flooding is part of seawater rise. So what do you think we can use to protect Banjul being flooding?
Well, it's to adapt. It's to adapt environmentally, and because climate change is of course something that we cannot avoid, but we can adapt, and this is what we are doing in Banjul. If you look at especially the Bond Road area, we are raising the road again. We are doing it again, and also we are working with the Council and the Ministry of Environment so that we put in place sound, adaptable environmental measures to save the city.
Member for Bakau, can you reframe your question? I give you another chance.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, specifically the question is about Banjul, but then we are experiencing flood in other parts of the country. As a ministry, what plans are in place to give similar support that you give to Banjul?
Well, we work with all the ministries, especially those that are highly connected to the issue of floods, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, the Ministry of Energy, and other ministries and departments and agencies collectively to deal with the emerging issue of floods in different parts of the country.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Lower Sal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your submission you said end of the year or next year, the project will buy trucks and bins for the council. It is part of the project or not?
Yes, this is part of the Banjul project, provision of waste collection materials, so that the work that we have done in Banjul in terms of infrastructure can match with the level of cleanliness and waste collection that we expect.
Question number 239 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The question before me, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly if his ministry have any plans to construct roads in my constituency?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In partnership with the National Road Authority, the government of the Gambia has initiated the tendering process for nationwide road construction projects with a specific focus on roads connecting the Brikamaba, Boiram, Joben to Willingara, Kejau to Saruja. The tendering phase has been successfully concluded and contractors are currently gearing up for mobilization. Subsequently, once the rainy season subsides, the commencement of civil works will promptly follow.
Any supplementary question, Honorable
Yes, Mr. Honorable Speaker, what the Honorable Minister have mentioned is very, very fine, but Boiram is not under my jurisdiction. Boiram is under Lower Fuladu. I am Upper Fuladu. Upper Fuladu constitutes of 135 communities. There is no accessible road in my constituency. So the question that I'm asking, if there is any plan, which area in Upper Fuladu that your ministry have planned to construct that road? Upper Fuladu is from YBK to Farah to somewhere where the military checkpoint is.
I understand. What I have here is Fuladu North constituency, not Upper Fuladu in the question. Maybe then there was a mistake. But what we have as a question is, could the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly if the ministry has any plans to construct roads in Fuladu North constituency? Even though we don't have any Fuladu North constituency, we thought that was Lower Fuladu East. We can, you provide the answer again, we question again, and then we provide the answers.
No. That is 239. Yes, 239 is Upper Fuladu West constituency.
Honorable members, I was just consulting. In the Honorable Minister's response document, it is Fuladu North constituency. But there is no place like, there is no constituency like Fuladu North. In the question sent by the table office, according to the table office, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly if the ministry has any plans to construct roads in my constituency? And that constituency is number 239-2023 is for member for Upper Fuladu West constituency. So there must be something wrong somewhere. So in fact, when he just answered, when I read the answer and I heard him say it, I was just telling him that those areas are in Lower Fuladu, not Upper Fuladu West. Yeah, but Minister, probably you would try to furnish us if you have, so that you know, or if you know it, you can give us the information now.
Yes, I know. Just to inform the Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West, Mr. Kora, that we have just had some meetings with some contractors who want to do some pre-financing of roads in Upper Fuladu East and Upper Fuladu West and the Nyaminas, and some few other places in Sandu. And rightly so, we have identified some roads because currently we have listed about 850 kilometers of roads to be constructed nationwide out of the 1,200 kilometers identified by the President. Now, some of these roads in the Upper Fuladu West definitely, I think it's about 30 kilometers or so that we've identified. And we are waiting to finalize our discussions with the Ministry of Finance to discuss the terms of conditions of this pre-finance, but also the capacity of the contractors. So we'll furnish you later, and we hope to have a meeting with the respective members of the National Assembly in those areas for conclusion. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, I mean the minister.
No, the office of the clerk wants members to know that they've sent the correct name of the constituency. And I think I made that clear, that from their records, the question posed was Upper Fuladu West. But in the response by the Honorable Minister, as he rightly said, what he stated there is Upper Fuladu is in Fuladu North constituency. So I'm sure during the typing or whatever, they must have made those errors. But thank God, the Honorable Minister has answered the question.
If you allow me, just to give him an update also, that my director of the National Road Authority has just informed me that, in fact, currently his team are on the ground doing the survey of the roads in the Upper Fuladu West. So just for your information.
Yes. Thank you very much. Any more supplementary? Upper Fuladu?
Well, I think I'm very, very happy. I have no supplementary question concerning about the routes.
Thank you very much. Lower Fuladu West?
My question is answered along the road. Thank you.
Kiang West?
Honorable Minister, in your response, you've indicated that several meetings were held on the issue of pre-financing of roads in Upper Fuladu constituency. What is the basis of this pre-financing? And you told us the private companies who were interested in this pre-financing. Where are these companies? And in the case of refunding of those monies, will it come from our local budget?
Well, just to tell you that negotiation for contractual obligations on the government or the private funders is something that is ongoing. We've not concluded anything yet because at our level, we can give specifications, the kilometers, and also the surveys, but the Ministry of Finance has to agree, and then that is why we request the condition of the pre-finance, because some of them will tell you, okay, after 3 years you start paying me, or after 1 year, or after, so the Ministry of Finance will have to agree whether this is something that they can accept. So those ones really, we discuss with them, and when they give us the go-ahead, then really we do that. We agree and then sign a contract with the contractors.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I don't have any initial reaction to this particular question until you mentioned pre-finance. The member for KWS nearly come to what I wanted to say, but all of a sudden did not say it. This pre-finance is where we have all our procurement problems. I don't know whether you have a basis for this pre-finance. Is it going to be bid out there? Because if somebody comes for pre-finance, somebody can also come for pre-finance. So it is fair we have a clear process for it. Are we going to have it an open bid, or contractors are coming one by one? Thank you very much.
Well, what we have basically at the ministry is a kind of a template that we go by. We have roads that we earmark for construction, but annually we have a limited number of funding in terms of the budget allocated to the ministry. So along this line, if we have contractors that are interested in partnering with the ministry to do some further construction of works, then that template will be used, of course. Capacity to deliver, the type of, because we have different classes of contractors, whether they are class A or whatever, and then also the financial muscle to be able to carry out this work without recourse to relying on government, without fulfilling their contractual obligations. So those things are there, and Ministry of Finance definitely guides us. We abide by the procurement rules when we are dealing those ones. And I can tell you, for the past few years, we have not, engaged in that except the Banjul project. But any other one now, there is this template that we use.
Honorable Member for Kiang East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these roads that are earmarked for construction, are they going to be tarred roads or gravel roads? Because the reason why I'm asking this is because your predecessor in the 5th Assembly informed this August House that all the roads that they were going to construct were going to be tarred roads. So, yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yes, that is true. The ministry has taken this bold step now that whatever road we are going to get into, it has to be a tar road. Because we have realized that doing laterite roads, though can be cheaper, but if you look at the cost, it's almost a par. And they are not that durable because of the condition of laterite that we have in the country.
Question number 240 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Upper Flooding West.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, Bansang Bustown Ferry Crossing Point is a nightmare for the people of that area. Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly when will this ferry crossing services be improved?
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, we don't have question number 240. From what we have now is 241 by Honorable Member for Bundunka Kunda. So that one is also omitted as per the question sent to us.
Honorable Minister, the Office of the Clerk informing me they've sent you all these questions. It is probable that you must have omitted it.
Yeah, then we probably the omission could have been our inadvertent mistake. But if you, Honorable, I can provide us an answer for that. The Gambia Ferry Services, of course, working with the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, is cognizant of the fact that the ferry situation in Kerawan Bustown crossing point needs to be improved, And currently, there is an ongoing nationwide survey of the provincial ferries by the Gambia Ferry Services, the new management, to get them improved. That I can assure you.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to reflect back. Honorable Minister, during the fourth ordinary session 2022, I can vividly remember you told this assembly that by mid-February 2023, the ferry services, Bansam Bustan ferry crossing services will be improved. But up to now, nothing has been improved, and there had been series of delayances. So I don't know what is causing all those delayances.
Part of the delay was delayed arrival of the spare parts, because most of these ferries, unfortunately, they are no longer in service in terms of manufacturing. The companies are no longer manufacturing this type of companies. So if you need spare part, you have to make a special request. We did that, and I can assure you, I think we've made some part payments. Some of the spare parts have arrived, but those are for Kanilai and also Jufure. The other ones are on their way. I am in the email trail, and I think by next month, the first week of next month, the suppliers have promised that this equipment or these spare parts will be in the country.
Honorable Member for Lower Flood West.
Thank you very much. Could the Honorable Minister update us regarding the sea ambulance that the other part of the North Bank is witnessing? Remember, there is only one ferry, and when this ferry is at the other side and there is an emergency, we talked about this in the fourth ordinary session about sea ambulance. How far have you gone?
Well, I have to go back and get the facts around this particular thing, since it involves procurement. I don't know the level at which it is, so I'll have to get some update, and then I'll come back to you.
Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In your submission, you have mentioned you have ordered spare part for Kanilai and Kunta. How about the new ferry that is procuring? New ferry?
Yes, in addition to the spare parts, we also ordered some engines for Jufre, and I think the 3 ferries each supposed to have 2 new engines, and the other one, Johe, which is out of service, is supposed to have 3 engines. They are all expected in the country soon, so that they can all be running on new engines.
Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, there was a ferry there before in Bansan. What is the status of that ferry? Looking at, as the question he has said, Bansan crossing point is at a very crucial stage. The only major hospital in Sierra is Bansan. Many people lost their life on that road simply because of crossing. Many. So,
Member, put your question.
No, I have already put up my question.
Then allow him to answer.
I'm just making.
Then allow him to answer it.
Yes. What is the status of the ferry that was there before? Thank you.
But the ferry is still there. It's the hand-pulled ferry.
Ferry there. There was a ferry there, and they removed that ferry.
Honorable Member, please allow the Honorable Minister to respond.
No. Hand-pulled ferry there.
Who is saying that? Who is saying that?
I can tell him that there is still that hand-pulled ferry.
You don't
there.
want him to say it? Honorable Member, please, you have posed your question. The Honorable Minister is giving you an answer. Listen to his answer. Whether it is right or wrong or what, that's it. That's the answer he has for you. And then you can come up. Yes, Honorable Minister, please.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, the hand pull ferry is still there. It's not a motorized one. And the bigger ferry that he was talking about, of course, the Gambia Ferry Services was facing some operational issues because the amount of fuel that it needs, to cross from one end of the river point to the other was so expensive that it was becoming a kind of like a liability to the company. So that is why that was pulled, and then they bring, because there is less traffic, in that part of the country. And the hand pull ferry, I can assure you, is serving the purpose.
And before I call the next one, Honorable Member for Central Badibu, you are saying something. You are not satisfied?
No, I just want to say, in 21st century, we don't expect the hand pull ferry.
No. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
The minister answered. I thought you said the minister was not answering well.
Yeah, it's long.
So I'm not asking you to ask a new question. Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, do your ministry have any plan to construct a bridge over this place, that is Bansang, Bustown, Ferry Crossing Point? Because this place is too short to be using that locally. I don't know how do I put it. Thank you.
Yes, we have received offers from different companies, and the ministry is currently reviewing them, including those from the company that actually did the bridges in the URR.
Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, is there any long-term plan to do away with these ferry issues and probably come up with a more lasting, a long-term plan to do away with this ferry issue about this crossing point, especially for us in the northern part of the country, the CRR North, maybe around Kawurkung, Lamin, Bansang, Bustan.
Honorable Member, you are going outside the...
But yes, there is a long-term solution that we are doing right now. I mean, we are in direct discussions with the MCC that wants to effectively support the Gambia to effectively use our waterways. Remember, our country is divided into two by the river, so we cannot put bridges all over. So we have to make best use of the river, and this we are discussing right now with the MCC to support the country, and the discussions have gone too far.
Question number 241 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Bundung-Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly whether the Ministry has plans to fast-track the construction of the Bundung Highway? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The Bundung Highway falls within the OIC 50 kilometers urban roads project. This road has been designated as high priority for construction. Currently, efforts to acquire the necessary right-of-way and relocate existing services are in advanced progress. Following the conclusions of the rainy season, civil construction works on this important road will commence without delay.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member?
Yes, please. Currently, the work is in progress, so I just want to know how far are you with the relocation of the service of Nawek and Gamtel, because actually right now the trains are going in progress, so I don't know whether you know the relocation of the services of Nawek and Gamtel. How far are you with them? in terms of your engagement with them?
Well, we are working with both companies, and for Gamtel, we have relocated all the services on the other side of, on the left-hand side of the road, coming from Talinding going to Bundu. Nawek, we have relocated all the, electricity, poles, and also in most sections, we have also relocated the water services. Now, we have discovered one major electricity cable line that cut across the road, and we have been working with NAWEC. They have given us a timeline to fast-track those works. So we are working collaboratively on those ones. And I can understand your concern because you have been visiting us several times in the office and also telephone calls. So, really, I can assure you that this is a priority road. We will work on it immediately after the rains.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, for the interest of all, as far as health is concerned, is about the same road. Do you have any plan to work with the community of Bundung to, at least create a diversion from the Bundung Hospital towards Nusrat to Talinding Highway, please? Thank you very much. Because the community is willing, through your ministry and National Road Authority, to work together to at least fix that area, please. Thank you.
Okay, I will have to get to the NRA to give me the map of the diversionary routes that have been identified, but I can assure you that any of the roads that we work on, especially the major roads on the highways that the vehicles use, we create diversions, and we work with the communities especially to ensure that they cooperate with the contractors for easy access to construction sites. But we will furnish you with this information.
Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have a similar question, but given that that road starts from Serekunda, so, and knowing the importance of the Bundung Highway, would your ministry consider creating an alternative road from Serekunda to Bundung Kakunda during the process of construction?
Okay, this is noted. The director of NRA and his team are here. My deputy permanent secretary responsible for technical is also here, so we'll take note of it.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, with regards to the ORC roads, it has never come to my mind to blame you as a minister. This was caused by politicians before. But my disturbance is you still talk about the relocation of services. There were good structures for that. We have the Road Reserve Committee that we have gone around some 2 years ago to identify these services and relocate them. So if it is still the challenge of the project, I don't understand that. Is this OIC project a success or a failure? Now,
Honorable, OIC. Speaker, Honorable, if you have questions, why don't you put
this
your
is
question?
A question. The Bundu Road is part of the OIC.
Honorable, you have a right to pose some of your key questions to the ministers. But you cannot bring them on the cover of another thing at supplementary. You know?
My question is, Honorable Minister, the Road Reserve Committee, the Steering Committee, and the Coordination Committee that were put in place, are they still functional?
They are still functioning. The Road Reserve Committee meets every week. The Steering Committee, which is co-chaired by myself and the Honorable Minister of Energy, meet quarterly.
Honorable Member for Nyanija.
I'm withdrawing.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Berefet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Talking about the fast-tracking of the construction of Bundung Highway. Honorable Minister, when will you start that of Fonyi Berefet?
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, what is the project duration for the construction of the said road, the project duration, and how many percent of the budget has so far been disbursed for this construction?
Well, I cannot be specific with the budget because that's numbers, but the first initial period for the construction of the 50 kilometers was 2 years, which elapsed, and we've successfully negotiated with the Saudi fund, and they have given us an extension, and all the contractors and the consultants, plus the ministry and NRA, are working towards fulfilling and also meeting the targets for the new deadline given to us.
Honorable Speaker.
Question number 2.
Honorable Speaker.
Who is shouting?
Honorable Member for
Kiang West?
Yes. And part of the question was the fund that, the percentage of the fund that has been disbursed.
It's a principal question.
Yes.
Yes, that is a principal. You cannot answer that question.
No, it's part of the project.
Pardon?
It's part of the project. It is
Part
talking
of
about
the
the construction of a road.
No, what I'm saying is, if you want to ask the details of monies going in, it's a principal question.
So could we be provided with those details?
Yeah, you can put the question yourself. You can ask any question to them, and it will be sent to them, and they will answer it. Honorable member, honorable question number 242 of 2023 by the honorable member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Speaker, can the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this Assembly if there are plans to repair the box culvert in Sangajor village, which is already causing damage to the main Trans-Gambia highway? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Road Authority acknowledges the pressing necessity for maintenance in the vicinity of the box culvert located in Sangajor village. The National Road Authority has already sent its maintenance team to the area in question, and the authority is currently working on the box culvert accordingly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the Minister has indicated, how soon, as we were speaking yesterday, we had a heavy rainfall in the area, and the roadside is almost eaten. How soon?
Honorable Member, you were there with my team when they went on the initial assessment, and we are now currently mobilizing to send the actual team there to start the actual works. But the mobilization is already currently happening now. I got that briefing yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's point of correction, not the road as per se, it was the Faro side. No, we've never visited that area as we went with your team.
Okay.
Yes, it was not that area.
But the box culvert, we are mobilizing for that one. Yeah, that's the one on the major highway. Yes. Yeah.
Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's just a point of correction, Honorable Speaker. The correction is referring that highway as Trans-Gambia Highway, but that highway is not called Trans-Gambia Highway. Thank you.
Well, that is true. The Trans-Gambia Highway is the one coming from Farafenye going to the border with Senoba, the border with Senegal. That's what we call Trans-Gambia. This other one, I think the name is Soma Banjul Highway or Soma Bilkama Highway.
But Honorable Minister, I think you understood it. You understood it to mean Soma Banjul Highway. I don't know, what is the official name of that road? South Bank.
South Bank Road, yeah.
Honorable Minister, do you know?
We call it South Bank Road. Some will call it Banjul Basse Highway, but there is no specific name given to it. Maybe that this is the right time to do that because the Ministry of Finance is also working with us to, look at all the roads and then, properly name them and then also have them in our books. So that will be properly named.
Is that it was Jara Central? Honorable Member for Fonyi Binda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member asked about the time frame. Can you give us exactly any time frame for the exact completion of the work?
Well, I will not be able to give you the exact time it will be completed, but the mobilization is on, and I can assure you they will be there very soon. That is a very serious concern for us also, because it's on the highway.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, on the same highway from Sangajo to Moyok, we have similar. On the same area, I mean.
Not. I want to talk something about Sangajo or your constituency. Pose your question to the minister. Honorable, we now have question number 243 of 2023. Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the route connecting Gen Sanjal, Jamagen, Palen Fula, Palen Wolof, and Chechen has been a concern to the people living in the area. Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly if the Ministry has any plans to construct the above-mentioned routes? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Sabah Sanjal constituency has witnessed significant improvements through the completion of the North Bank Lot 1 road project. It is important to note that the road connecting Gen Sanjal, Jamagen, Palem Fula, Palem Wolof, and Changen was not included in the recently initiated 355 kilometers nationwide road construction project for this year. However, there are plans in place to conduct road inventory and condition surveys every year. Subsequently, these surveys will lead to the inclusion of the above-mentioned road in the list of rural roads for construction once funding becomes available.
Any supplementary?
Thank you. Applauding your ministry's efforts to construct the Sabah Sanjal routes, which has already been handed over. Honorable Minister, this road that has already been constructed, which you have mentioned, it's like these villages are not directly benefiting from that route. Is there any plan, put in place to make sure that in your future constructions, this route will be considered? Thank you.
Well, it is the wish of the government of the Gambia to construct as many roads as possible. That is why the President has listed 1,500 kilometers of roads for these 5 years. However, funding is always an issue, and the National Assembly is at discretion to increase the funds and the budget of the ministry. And once this is done, we will be able to construct as many roads as possible. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, within that 1,500 kilometer roads, do you have these routes included within them?
We have surveyed all the roads across the country, and they are listed. So I will have to go back and check whether these ones are included. But as I said in my answer, Sabah Sanjal constituency has benefited immensely from the North Bank Road, Lot 1 roads construction project. Thank you.
Honorable members, we are trying to address an issue that has come to my attention. Meanwhile, we can continue. No more supplementary from the questioner.
I think the minister did not get me well. Maybe I have to reframe the question.
Can you please give me the opportunity, please, to reframe the question so that the minister can answer it?
Why didn't the minister answer your question?
Because I feel that he did not understand the question.
No, did he say, Minister, did you understand his question?
I understand very well. He asked whether his roads mentioned are part of the 1,500 kilometers earmarked. I said I have to go and check. But in the meantime, it is an acceptable fact that Sabah Sanjal is one of the constituencies that benefited immensely from improvement of rural road infrastructure.
Honorable member for Sabak, he understood your question. Probably you don't like the answer much. What do you want to do now?
I think that suffices, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable member for Lower Salon.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, are you in a position to allow other constituent that doesn't have anything than always, given to Sabak Sanjal? They have enough. Are you in a position to give members who doesn't have anything? Are you in a position?
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order. Who? Sabak Sanjal?
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on point of order 43, subsection 4. Yes, 43.4. I already raised a question which has already been answered by the Honorable Minister. If he don't have any question, he shouldn't take the floor. You don't have to take the floor. And I mean, those villages that I mentioned are taxpayers. They have every right to benefit from roads. Whether Sabah Sanjal has benefited 100%, 50%, it doesn't matter. Those villages need these roads.
Inference is made to 43.4. And 43.4 reads, a supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within remit shall be determined on answering by the Vice President, Minister, or member answering questions on behalf of the Assembly or authority. I was just trying to find out what the Honorable Member for Lower Salem said.
Yes.
For me to make a determination. Honorable Member.
Minister's answer.
Honorable Member, I've got it. I have got what you said. You can sit down. I've got what you said. And the Honorable Members, the inference as per the standing orders, it does not relate. But I think you said, you talked about his request for his constituency as to whether it's only Sabak Sanjal who will have all these developments and others don't have. Is that what you said?
I said, he said Sabak Sanjal has immensely development in Sabak. Now I said, why not they shift in other constituent that doesn't have nothing?
I think the intent of Sabak Sanjal, I think, is correct. What you read from me, what he read from you. Anyway, honorable members, let's proceed. Honorable members, as I said, it came to my understanding Standing Order 143, sub 3, which reads, no member or a person shall bring a firearm or any offensive weapon into the chamber, and any such weapon must be deposited with the Sergeant-at-Arms for safe custody before entering the chamber and collected at the time of leaving the chamber. It has come to my notice that there are some personnel with guns in the chambers. I have also made to understand this had been an issue on the floor of Parliament when the Deputy Speaker was sitting as Speaker and a ruling was made that from that day, no one shall be allowed to come into chambers with firearms. To that effect, if there are any officers or anybody in the chamber with firearms, please, you can just leave the chamber, please. And the Sergeant-at-Arms must ensure that firearms don't come into the chamber. Thank you. Question number 244 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on the status of the Narang Road linking Jiboro to Farabasutu?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The government, in collaboration with the National Roads Authority, has initiated the tendering process for nationwide road construction, including the roads connecting Jiboro to Farabasutu. The procurement process has since been successfully completed, and the signing of the contract with the chosen contractor is scheduled to take place soon, allowing for the commencement of civil works right after the rainy season.
Any more supplementary, Honorable Member?
Yes.
Please.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister update...
Loud, Honorable. Speak louder into the microphone.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister give an update as at the budget bilaterals that we had here? It was promised that by this 2023 budget, there will be allocation for this Narang Road construction for a phase of it to be commenced with the 2023 budget. Could you give any update if there is any possibility for this thing to be made, as in contrary to what you have just said, that the procurement is on the way and very soon there will be. So meaning there is no contractor identified for now.
We have finalized the procurement process. A contractor has been identified and chosen. What I said is what is left is to sign the contract to allow civil works to start immediately after the rainy season. Because what we've discovered is that most of those roads along the identified stretch, you have farms that have encroached on the right of way. So you have to allow the farming season to complete after the rains to be able to have full access of the road.
In respect to the same concern that you had, are you aware that with the delayance of this commencement of work, farmers and residents are still encroaching onto the spaces that could be the road to be erected?
Well, I'm not sure of residences, but I know of farms. Farmlands have actually, encroached on the right of way. And that one is not a major problem because immediately after the rains, when they harvest, we have full access to the roads. And this is not unique to that particular state. Even in Fonyi and other places, that's one of the major issues. Yeah.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, from your response, if you've indicated that the contractor has already been identified, who is this said contractor and what is the project duration? duration of the contract and the contractor himself. Who is the contractor?
I think if my memory serves me well, the contractor is Areski. The duration normally is 2 years. Yeah. Well, I think it's 2 years. I have to look at the contract duration.
Honorable member,
can you please stop that?
Honorable members,
let's
put ourselves in certain positions. There are certain questions, you know that before you will be able to answer that, you must go and make reference and get some figures or some statistics or some names. That's why if you have questions about issues, why don't you put your own principal questions? It's very simple.
Honorable Speaker, I asked a supplementary question, which is very simple. Project duration is not a complicated issue.
No, he has answered it.
And he said normally 2 years. We are specifically talking about a specific contract. So this is why I asked the project duration of that contract, not normally for all other contracts. So if he cannot answer that one, that was fine. But I said specifically for this one, what is the project duration?
What is the project duration?
Yes, for this specific contract.
What did he respond?
He said normally is 2 years, but for this one he is going to make more inquiry about it. And as Honorable Minister.
What is your problem? Because I told you that, if I understood you, the answer is you want to know the project duration of that stretch. He said it's usually 2 years. But for this particular stretch, he has to go and find out what is the project duration. What is bad about that?
I wasn't in fact...
He should have known and he must say it.
No, as I was asking him to clarify that to me, someone was responding. That was the person I was talking, not Honorable Minister.
I told you people, don't respond to side issues. Answer, put your questions to the Speaker, and then forget. There will always be people who want to distract. Question number 245 of 2023, Honorable Member for Nyamina West Constituency.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly what is his ministry's plans to construct the highway from Choya via Dankung to Kung? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The construction of the road linking Choya Dankunku to Kung is not part of the 355 kilometers of roads recently launched for construction nationwide this year. However, there are plans in place to conduct road inventory and condition surveys. Subsequently, these surveys will lead to the inclusion of the above-mentioned roads in the list of rural roads for construction once funding is available.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, Honorable Speaker, earlier on, Honorable Minister mentioned here that now that their roads are no more gravelled, I am aware that there is a highway from Jaring through Kerkatim, Kermahalima to Aniskunda, which is a gravel road. What plans do you have?
No, that is a principle. Honorable Member. Do you have any?
Just
question number 2. Yes.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 143.
Pardon?
143. No member or a person shall bring a fire of arm or any other offensive weapon into the chambers. We want to confirm from your orderly whether he's having the fire of arm or not.
Honorable Member, please sit down. Honorable Member for Nyibintang. you must learn to have some parliamentary courtesies and etiquettes. This Bantaba is not a joke. You're going a lot beyond that we can no longer oversight.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable member, please sit down. Assign the people. I have made a ruling, very clear. And that there are people assigned. How can you individualize it? That is unethical and unparliamentary. Question number...
Speaker, I have one more question to go.
Yes, you had one more question. Can you go ahead?
Okay, thank you, Speaker, for that. Honorable Minister, you made mention of survey for the Dankunku Highway Road. I want to put to your attention that there are many diversion roads that are economically and linked to schools in that area. Hope you will put them to consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have already identified 30 kilometers of roads from Choya to Dankunku to the riverside. Currently, the survey team is on the ground, and we have included it in the budget for 2024. So that's what I can tell you.
Honorable Member for Woolly East, it's okay? Question number 246 of 2023, Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Honorable Speaker, I'm been authorized to read on his behalf. I don't know whether it's communicated to table office.
He's authorized you to read it. Yeah, the table office has just confirmed that, yes, you can go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on the GPA Grupo Roadman agreement on the expansion of the port and share the agreement document with the Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Cabinet has granted approval for the relocation of the Navy Yard and part of the Banjul Fisheries Administrative Building within the GPA premises in order to facilitate the next appropriate steps towards achieving financial closure with Roadman on the Banjul shipyard development. The main issue was that Roadman Group requested for an additional area to be added to the Banjul shipyard project proposal in order to drive maximal value from their proposed investment. These include the relocation of the Navy headquarters, the Gambia Ports Authority mechanical workshop, and part of the administrative building of the fisheries complex. The next steps are that the Roadman Group has been invited to travel to the project site here in the Gambia with a view to finalizing the negotiations for the public-private partnership concession, financial closure, and signing of the agreement. The National Assembly will be duly informed about the progress towards this end, and the documents will be duly provided as well.
Honorable Member, any supplementary? No. Question number 247 of 2023.
I raised my tag, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, when you raise your tag and you observe that we have not seen you, call our attention, please. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister made mention about the expansion and about spaces that are going to be taken away again. As a concerned citizen of Banjul, most spaces have been taken and yet to be developed. It is an eyesore and it is a health hazard in the areas that have been taken. Why are they still continuing taking over properties that are left there to rot for decades?
Well, the properties that you talked about are part of the Banjul Port expansion project, and we have successfully negotiated with property owners, and most of them have been given the opportunity to relocate to other places outside of Banjul. And the remaining few that could not relocate on time because of negotiations with the property owners of Bakau actually delayed the demolition exercise for that place to be fully developed. But I can assure you that a schedule has now been prepared since most of the affected property owners have been relocated to finally start the demolition exercise and the works. Thank you.
Question number 247 of 2023, Honorable Member for Brikama North constituency.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, it could be recalled that during the last ordinary session, in response to a parliamentary question, the Honorable Minister for Transport Works and Infrastructure told this August Assembly that construction works on Brikama Kasakunda Nyompele Gunjur Road by National Road Authority will commence in July this year. However, the work is yet to start. And could the Honorable Minister for Transport Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly as to what might have caused the delay and when will the work commence?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The construction of the Brikama Kasakunda Nyofele Gunjur Road is part of the 355 kilometers of roads recently launched for nationwide construction this year. The procurement process has been completed successfully and a contractor has been selected. The delay in commencing civil works is primarily attributable to the rainy season, which commenced earlier than expected. Nevertheless, civil works construction will kick off immediately after the rainy season.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Well, I want to be at the point when the Honorable Minister was responding to this, and he gave July as the commencement of the work. The Minister must agree that July was forecast to be part of the rainy season.
Yes, indeed. I mean, but you know, in most cases also, Honorable Member, that we normally stop construction works August, September, so that we can allow the heavy flow of rains to subside, and then, you know, works can continue mid-October onwards. However, this year, unusually for that matter, July has seen some substantial heavy rains, and no contractor was able to actually do much work. Apart from those in the rural areas, I think, where you have access to strong laterite in the CRR North, I think, that apart from that one, none could actually start work because of the heavy rains. But the assurance is there that after the rains, works will start. Thank you.
And has the contract been awarded? If so, to what contractor?
Well, I will have to come back to you on that. The contract has been awarded. I think it's part of the same stretch that Areski is doing Lot 4, but I can confirm with definite answer to you.
Honorable Member for Banjul South.
I withdraw. I was going to tell him that July is always the most rainy season. So I don't know what happened. Well, it must have been an oversight, but the Honorable Member for Brikama had asked that question. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, we are soon reaching to the budget bilateral. And this contract that are signed this year, but you couldn't execute them. How are we going to do that when that period comes? And in fact, we agree that we are not going to sign further contracts until the existing ones are exhausted. But I still see ministry sign contract in and out. Thank you very much.
Well, you're right. If the works cannot be completed, of course, they will be referred into the following year's budget so that it can serve as a continuum from the previous year.
Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I did not answer his last question. Let me say this, because I think the Honorable Member has been asking this question several times, why we are signing more road contracts when we have not finished these ones. Yes, the agreement between the Assembly's the Assembly's Committee for Infrastructure and the Ministry at the time was, let us complete the existing works. But looking at the development need and the demand for new roads, you can see most of the questions, about 21 of them, are all about roads. I think it is only proper that government continues to engage the Assembly and the Ministry of Finance to do as many roads as possible for the development of the country and for the benefit of the people.
Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, talking about the 350 or 55 kilometer roads, which are for rural areas. How have these contracts been awarded? Is it giving 2 or 3 roads to one contractor, or giving only one road to a contractor?
Thank you. We divided the roads into lots. I think it's about 9 different lots. Lot 1 basically is the roads in the URR, including the Brikama-Ba, Joben, because the same contractor is mobilized in that area. Then Lot 2 is the one in the CRR North, including the roads going all the way from Kunting to the riverside in Janjambure, and then the other side going to the northern border with Senegal. Then Lot 3 is the Fonyi roads, and then Lot 4 is the roads actually in Kombo East, and also this become Kasakunda to Gunjur. Then Lot 5 actually are the roads within the KMC, part of KMC, and also West Coast region, and Lot 5 and 6. Then Lot 7 also are those roads coming from the Sibek Junction, going all the way through Yuna to Latria, then cross the main highway, going to Jambur, then Brikama, and other roads linking the overpass at the Johnson in Old Yundum, coming to Busumbala, Daru Busumbala to Tauto to the highway, Jabang highway. So that is lot 7. Lot 8 is the Gunjur Beach Road from the highway to the seaside, and Lot 9 is the one coming from Sanyang Highway to the seaside. So they are divided into different lots given to different contractors. Thank you.
Question number 248 of 2023, Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, considering the fact that Brikama is the administrative capital of West Coast region and the largest region in the country with poor road network within the township, could Honorable Minister of Transport Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly about this ministry's plan to construct the major roads in Brikama to make them motorable, especially during the rainy season?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Road Authority acknowledges the road infrastructure challenges faced by Brikama and is committed to addressing them. It is worth noting that this year, a substantial 355 kilometers of roads are scheduled for construction nationwide, with 137 kilometers of these roads located within the West Coast region alone. Furthermore, the National Road Authority has included the construction of the Jaliba Road and the road leading to the GTSC, which is the Gambia Transport Company bus depot in Brikama, Welengara, in the 2024 maintenance program, emphasizing our dedication to improving the road network in Brikama. However, to ensure sustainable progress, we encourage a collaborative approach between the National Road Authority and local councils. Such collaboration can significantly alleviate the financial burden on the central government when it comes to constructing municipal roads.
Yes, Honorable.
Are you trying to insinuate that this road, the Jalaba Road, and then the GTCS, the Wellinger Road, are marked to be constructed in collaboration with the local council?
No, the NRA is fully and solely going to finance this. What I'm saying is we have seen, especially in the KMC and the West Coast region, the major towns of Brikama and Serekunda, Bakau, and the surrounding communities, there is significant damage to important roads leading to the highway. The councils that are collecting substantial amount of money to deliver on behalf of the residents of these respective municipalities have not been committed to maintenance work. You could see this year alone in the rainy season, the National Road Authority has spent more than $30 million, to maintenance roads in areas that are within the jurisdictions of the municipalities. So it will be really helpful if they can work with us, and we have reached out to them to see how much they can contribute to maintenance work so that the National Road Authority can fully dedicate itself to maintenance of highways and new roads that we have done.
These two roads you mentioned specifically are not about maintenance but for construction, and to that effect.
Yes, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Let me finish my question.
We are going to do those ones entirely on our own.
Okay.
But, most of the roads in Brikama.
The Honorable Member wants you to listen to his entire question.
Yeah, and I said it is for construction, and to add, specifically when do you look forward to the contracting of these roads and then the commencement of the contract?
Thank you so much. I know that the engagements had started about 1 or 2 months ago. The procurement process has started. We hope to finish that definitely before December so that, work can commence. I mean, it should have been part of this year's maintenance program, but unfortunately because of the rains and also the unprecedented demand on the NRA to maintenance some crucial access roads within KMC particularly, we had to shift the construction of these roads in Brikama to 2024.
Honorable Member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, by looking at the nature of Brikama, the way it is located, don't you think it's important to replicate the project you have done in Banjul to Brikama as well?
Raise your voice a little bit.
Honorable Speaker,
the Hansard also are claiming that they find it difficult to get your record.
Let me try and do that. I just want to ask the Honorable Minister whether he can replicate the project they have done in Banjul to Brikama.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I mean, the President has already promised that what he has started in Banjul will continue in KMC and then to Brikama. For your information, we have already given instructions to the NRA to do partial surveys of all the roads in Brikama to be ready for presidential support. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you made mention of road maintenance. Are there any plans to engage contractors on performance contracts so that they can do the road maintenance for you?
Thank you so much. As part of our efforts to increase efficiency, especially at the level of the NRA, we have now invoked a procurement clause to ensure that from now on, all works will have to be carried on through performance contract with the contractors. In fact, this is a procurement requirement, and we are ready to invoke it now. Yeah.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, do you actually say you have consulted the councils to give money to a ministry to embark on road maintenance in their municipalities? Is that your submission?
No, I did not say they give us money, that we collaborate, because I know that some councils have identified certain roads. I know KMC has identified some roads to be built. And within the urban area, we have realized that it is not just to go and build a road. You have services that have interfered on the right of way. And also, in some cases, services are only on one side of the road. So if you are going to do that, it's very expensive. The relocation of services alone is like 30 to 40% of the cost. So if you are going to do these roads for them to be durable, it's important we work together so that we can provide support and data that, when you do it, people will not come and be cutting roads just to have the services on the other side of the road. But it will be also good that councils that have a lot of money, because we've been hearing some of them are collecting 500 million or so annually, for them to also take up this responsibility seriously, so that, the maintenance of certain roads, that can, because if you want the NRA to come and do every maintenance of all the roads in your municipality, then we will not focus on the most important issues, which is also to maintenance other roads that are national in character. Thank you.
Question number 249 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Speaker, I have a supplementary question. I raise my tag.
Honorable Speaker.
Member, then you must have raised your tag late. Yes?
Yes.
So,
okay.
And I said, before I move, and you raised your tag, and before I move, you call, just say, Honorable Speaker, you call my attention.
Yeah,
if none of us are
table
able to
office
see,
told
don't
me
wait until we move and then you bring us back. Can you ask your question, please? Honorable Member
thank you very
Salu,
much, Honorable
Can you
Speaker.
hold on, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Since road maintenance cannot be done in isolation with the line ministry, as per the dictates of the Local Government Act, Section 80, subsection 3, all the way to subsection 5. It states that there shall be a local roads authority and a local roads committee. Section...
Honorable Member, you must not go out of the issue.
No, I am in the issue. It's about road maintenance. So I am
It's
saying...
not only about road maintenance, it's about road maintenance at Birkama.
Yeah, yes. But in Birkama, there is a council in Birkama, the Birkama Area Council, and this is about council. So, and it cannot be done in isolation from the line ministry.
Cannot be done in isolation. What cannot be done in isolation?
What are his ministry's plans to see that this provision in the Local Government Act is implemented?
Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
Speaker, point of order, please.
Who is speaking? Honorable Omar?
Yes.
Opanyumi?
Yes. Admissibility of the question. Honorable Speaker, for 38 or 38 1J, a question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. The honorable member have already said that, they are going to collaborate with the councils to maintenance roads and construct roads within the councils. So if the honorable member is trying to quote an act here to ask the honorable minister to ask the same question, which is fully answered, it's out of order. Thank you.
Sustained. Question number 249 of 2023, Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I happily want to withdraw my questions because I have positive engagement with the Minister. Thank you.
He is withdrawing.
Right?
Question number 250 of 2023, Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on the status of progress on the 50-kilometer OIC road project?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The constructions under the OIC 50 kilometers project are ongoing and they are as follows. Lot 1, roads including P19, which is located in Kanifing from the former IEC junction to TK Motors, P1 from Gasem to Babum Fati Road, have been primed and about 200 meters asphalted. Roads P16, which is from the hospital to GTMI, and P2, which stretches from Serakunda Hospital to Stinkona, have also been primed. Shallow drains are being constructed on these roads. The earthworks and drainage are ongoing on Road P1, which starts from Joko, going all the way into the Talindings. The contractor has mobilized all necessary resources to push for faster execution of the works after the rains and was working on 5 fronts, that's roads P19, P2, P16, P1, and P15. P15, which of course is the famous Bundu Road. However, the delay in civil works is due mainly to the issues concerning the relocation of services, the demolition of affected properties, and the recent closure and the recent issues related to availability of sand and the lack of cement at some points, and also difficulty getting aggregates in the market in Senegal. The overall progress has now reached 10%.
Honorable Minister, it seems either the contractors are overloaded or financially constrained. Hello?
Can I finish lot 2?
Yeah,
because the answer is long.
Can
or you want to stop at lot 1 first, we go to lot 2? Okay. For lot 2, the pavement layers are completed on road P20, which lies from the Brusubi-Brufut Highway to Wulinkamba Market. Also, about 200 meters of asphalt has been done on P9, which stretches from Sukuta, Wulinkamba to Brufut, Sirifkunda to Ghana Town. Drainage works on roads P20 and P6, which stretches from Kololi Tavan through Bijilo to Brufut, and P9, which have been interrupted because of the heavy rains. Yeah.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes. Honorable Minister, it looks like the contracts are either overloaded or financially constrained. Are there any plans from your ministry to put them on a first account and allow NRA to do the procurement and then allow them to continue with their works?
Well, actually, there is no finance. There should have been no financial issue because the government has been actually up to date with the payment of the IPCs, the interim payment certificates. And I wonder whether they are overloaded because for contractor in Lot 2, the only work that he is doing in this country is the Lot 2 works in the Burfoot area. The contractor in Lot 1 also is purely preoccupied on the OIC 50 kilometers. I think all of us are underestimating the challenges that we have in constructing roads in already overpopulated, densely populated urban settlements, especially settlements that are not fully planned or people don't adhere to the planning standards. You know that most of these areas, the roads are very narrow, and you have to do demolition exercise, you have to relocate the services, and unfortunately, if you look at the demand on some of the resources that we need for these roads, especially basalt,
They are not available in this country. The neighboring country where we can get them, there is also an overwhelming amount of work that is going on. So priority is given to, projects in Senegal first before the Gambian trucks. We have agreed now with the relevant authorities in Senegal to support our construction work, especially for the roads. And you've seen since last month, we have seen an acceleration in terms of access to, basalt and aggregate. So really, I mean, things are moving. All the contractors now have stockpiled enough basalt, they have stockpiled enough bitumen, and they have stockpiled cement. And thankfully, through the Ministry of Energy, we have been able to source, sand from Gach for the contractors as a priority. So really, things are moving well now. After the rainy season, we will see an acceleration of works. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, yes, government is paying, and then you spoke about materials issue. But my concern here is, government can be paying, while the contractors are already over the ceiling of their financial issues. Hope that's not the case. You can be paying while there is always a big hole. Are you in contact with the contractors to know their financial constraints?
Yes, we are aware of their financial constraints. I mean, but that should not also be an overbearing on the government. If you want to do that, then all contractors will come and put their burden on you. So what we have done is, for example, for relocation of services, if there are challenges in paying the subcontractors, of course, the National Road Authority will come in and then, pay those ones, which is part of our responsibility. And if there are any other charges that they should do and they are not able to do it within a foreseeable time, we will come in, the NRA will do it, and then they will be reimbursed. So this is how we have been working with them. But we don't have any major financial issue to the extent that our government will come in and take over the responsibilities of the contractors.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, where I always find so disturbing is when we want to defend. Now, these two contracts, not one, not two, were given 2 years ago. Now, you said 10% completion for the other load. You didn't mention the percentage progress for the other load. 10%. Now, this is where the problem is. Over 2 years, only 10% percentage progress for all these contractors. We want to know what is actually wrong is not by way of sand, cement, or other things. What is wrong? What contractual arrangement is really affecting the progress of these OIC roads?
Well, Honorable Member, I mean, if you know anything that I don't know, you can tell me. What I know exactly is what I informed the Assembly. But if you think that there are other issues, you were working at the ministry before, you were part of the designs, you were part of the initial implementation, and you know very well the challenges in working in the urban area is extremely very challenging. Bring in any Class A contractor and give him a stretch of, say, 1 kilometer of a road, and you will see the challenge in our current Gambian setup. So really, I mean, and the percentage that we have quoted here is what we have paid for. The contractors, if, we don't include in their mobilization and also the material and the resources available on the ground, because those ones, we don't count those ones. It's actual work. And some of them, would have even gone beyond 10-15% right now, because this was up to, I think, June or July, when we last did our calculations.
Honorable Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, all the road construction that are highlighted in the pipeline of Lot 1 have started, except that of the one linking from Joko to Talinding Jilifitikunda via Abuko. Can the Honorable Minister explain why?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Joswang would actually agree with me in this. We have had a protracted period of negotiation with the property owners. It took us nearly 4 months to convince
the people even for the demolitions to take place. When we came in, we did the survey, and the road reserve committee came up with the markings. The entire community resisted. Some of them went to court. Some of them, the contractor was afraid to, and we have to be careful because the police are also not ready to go with the physical planning to do the demolition with that type of resistance. So we had to negotiate. We had to go through people even outside of this country, natives of that area, to negotiate with the people for them to agree. Now, even when we agreed the issue of payment, because most of these compounds, what we have realized, they are family properties. So you cannot attach an individual's name to it. The original owners have died. So some of the compounds, they could not agree how we can pay them. Because, government will not pay you cash. You have to provide a bank account for these monies to be deposited. So we face a lot of challenges in constructing roads, especially in some of the communities. There is a lot of resistance. In fact, at one point, the Honorable Minister from Joshua Kankonga, I had to take a decision to say that, look, we should cancel the road, this particular road, and move to another area, because it was proving extremely very difficult to convince the people. Now, when they have agreed, it was already in the rainy season. We did the demolition. But there are 2 or 3 properties that at least we need to negotiate again for them to agree for us to finish the demolition. So these are serious challenges that we face, and we seek the support of the National Assembly members also to be part of this, because really it's extremely very, very challenging sometimes.
Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in your response, you did mention lack of sun. And then I can remember there was an incident when you were being interviewed, and then it was captured in one of the newspapers. So it caught a lot of attention to the public. So can you please explain what type of sun and where do we get this sun, please? Thank you.
I think, thank you, Honorable Member. I know that there was a response to this particular issue by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Savage, but unfortunately I think they did not read the story, because if you look at what the story said, the headline was, Minister Silla says lack of sun, slowing OIC road projects. This is what you all went by. But if you read the story, it says, the Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, Ibrahim Silla, has blamed the delay of the OIC road projects on shortage of sun. So what is it? There is a big difference between shortage of sun and lack of sun. So, and this is what I said. We said, there is a shortage of sun, and we were negotiating with Gach. He was helping us. The Ministry of Energy was helping us to, get the contractors. Because remember, Gach was also supplying the Farawa Banta University. It was supplying the hospital in Farato, the stadium project, all right? And also the road construction. It was too much. So we were doing it on a rota basis. So thankfully, we have now got 50 trips for all of them, and then they are lined up to get more. So there was a shortage, but not lack of sun. I never said there was lack of sun. The headline is completely different from the story, and it would have been good if we read the story to understand rather than to react, because most of the time, headlines can be different from what the story says. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you mentioned about demolition and then the challenges you face, and now that the demolition has taken place, could you inform this August gathering with regards to any challenges in compensation packages to people who have suffered? Yes.
I think in Joshua, 30 million was earmarked for the compensation of that stretch. We have paid quite a number. I think very few actually are now not paid, and this is because they cannot provide us bank accounts for these monies to be paid. In some, I think 1 or 2, the problem was because if your name is not on the property, you also have to give a power of attorney for the money to be deposited in a bank account. So I think there was a disagreement as to whose bank account that money should be deposited. So those are the only few now left. Yes.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, it has appeared that you fondly talked about the relocation of services has been a serious hindrance to the progress of these projects. Can you tell us the specific services and the custodians of these services, their level of compliance in relocating these services also? Thank you very much.
The services are, of course, the water and electricity services and also telecoms. And they are cooperating very well with us. Challenging as it is, we are working very well. We have a road reserve committee. GAMTEL is part of it. NAWEC is part of it. Our technicians from the respective ministries are also part of it. And if there are challenges inherent, I'll sometimes call the Honorable Minister of Energy or the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy, and they are quickly resolved. But, the challenges are there.
Question number 251 of 2023, Honorable Member for Jesuan Constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we all know that government cannot do it alone, and the private sector has a role to play in the development of this country. Could the Honorable Minister of Transport Works inform this August Assembly his ministry's plans in partnering with the private sector through the Ministry of Trade to construct the roads within the Kanifing industrial area?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, the private sector plays a crucial role in the development of our country, and we recognize the importance of collaboration between the public and private sectors in achieving our infrastructural development goals. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure is actively exploring opportunities to partner with the private sector by means of public-private partnership in coordination with the Ministry of Finance for the construction of roads and bridges in the country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, let me quote one example here. The Gassem roads, where you have Gassem as estimate supplier and CSC as a construction firm. What plans do you have to partner with those companies to construct the road, that link to their factories?
Well, the Gassem road is already part of the 50 kilometers of the OIC road project. But you are right. I mean, the ministry will be very happy if private sector can participate, in supporting the road construction efforts of the government. That will bring in quicker service to their businesses and also, quicker delivery of their goods to consumers. Yeah.
Honorable Minister, I think it's good you engage the Ministry of Trade, at least waive their tax for them to do it because they can do it. Let's with your ministry and Ministry of Trade can collaborate together and engage the private sector.
Okay, that's a very good suggestion, Honorable. Thank you so much for that. We've taken note, and then we'll surely engage the Honorable Minister of Trade.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, still on roads for KMs, Kanifing Municipality. You've indicated that compensation on the stretch of Joshua, were earmarked to 30 million. This 30 million constitutes how many percent, and was it all disposed?
Honorable, he has never said that. Yes, he did. No. In this question,
but he has talked about KMC roads again, which includes the Joshua Road.
No. You are quoting me wrongly. You cannot go back to questions that have been asked.
But he has talked about KMC.
Honorable Member, please.
Of course, Honorable Speaker.
You must know the spirit. The spirit is encourage you people to ask your principal questions. That ministers come here prepared for questions you pose and anything related to that.
Honorable Speaker, the question was about KMC.
We have passed that one. You are quoting something. We have concluded that.
This question is about KM. That's what I'm saying.
Honorable, I listen to you. I am ruling it out.
That's fine. That's not.
Yes.
But it's not out of order.
Any more supplementary? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Works. construction, for ably answering to questions posed by honorable members. It looks like you have some of the most questions, and honestly, you've done your best to clear doubts and give information as required. Clerk, can we proceed?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Energy.
Thank you very much. Let me invite the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy to take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notice were given to the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 214 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Upper Flood West.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The question before me, that is, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy tell this August Assembly if his ministry has plans to expand the rural electrification project in my constituency, Upper Flood West?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, there are two projects covering the Upper Flood West, namely the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project and the JAM Backbone Project Phase number 3. The project is currently under implementation. Works have started in West Coast region and moving to the other regions and communities in the country. I have a copy of the list of all the communities that will be covered by the project for not only you, but for all the other honorable members that are present here. I've produced the list, so I'll delightedly give you the list.
Honorable Minister, can you give the list to the clerk who would make copies and then distribute it to honorable members? Any supplementary?
Yes, because that was the supplementary question that I was going to ask. Because if my area,
now clear.
Yes.
Yes.
If my area is to benefit from this rural electrification expansion, I want to know the names of those communities.
He said he has a list of those things, and then we've just asked him to give it to the office of the clerk.
Yeah, okay.
They will make copies and distribute it to members. Huh? Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what is the progress for the rural electrification? What is the progress of AMED?
No, I think when you say which of the rural electrification projects, because there is no one specific project. You have the JAM Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and then you have the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project.
Honorable Minister, in fact, this was specific to Upper Flood.
Pardon?
You are right. The questioner asked about Upper Floodwood, not electricity everywhere. Honorable Member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, water shortage is a nightmare for the people of Bundung and is getting worse day by day. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly whether his ministry, through National Water and Electricity Company, has any quick and urgent plans to address water shortage in Bundung and the surrounding? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, of course, the current water shortage in Bundung is a serious concern to the government, my ministry, and NAWEC. The general water shortage in Bundung is due to the inadequate production capacity in relation to the demand. However, the government of the Gambia, through NAWEC, is at an advanced stage to implement some emergency work infrastructure intervention works through the WASIP, the water supply in the Greater Banjul area, which is funded by the French Development Agency. And of course, there's a project for the OIC to increase water production and upgrade distribution network in the Bundung area. Given the seriousness of the water situation in Bundung, His Excellency the President, following his attendance at the inauguration of the Bundung Police Station, convened a high-level meeting to find some immediate solutions to the problem. The high-level meeting resolved to dig emergency boreholes at suitable locations in Bundung, to equip them with water treatment facilities and pump the water directly into the system to at least ameliorate the current shortage. My ministry and NAWEC held meeting with you and the community leaders in Bundung, to outline the plans. And I think the technical assessment was also done by the technical team. And they have identified 3 possible locations in Bundung to sink boreholes on an emergency basis. Already yesterday, they did also take samples of water around the facility to determine the quality of the water prior to sinking the borehole, so that we have an indication whether the sites are suitable or not. And I think yesterday, NAWEC submitted the scope of work and the preliminary cost estimate, which is between 12.2 to 18 million dollars. But this is something that we are committed to implement, and the funds will be allocated to make sure that the problem is addressed in the short term.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As you said, that's how everything went. I just want to appeal if there is any possibility, because schools are about to open, a school like Bundung Lower Basic School, whether there is any possibility to at least transfer their or move their service connection from the main pipe where it is connected to the other one, because by the borehole market, there is a tap that is currently working, so that they can have water during school time.
We can discuss that, and I will take it up with the Managing Director of NAWEC. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Honorable Member, you can meet the Honorable Minister, and then you discuss those ones. Do you have any supplementary? Question number 216 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina West constituency.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy enlighten this August Assembly on the current stage of the rural electrification project and give specific targeted period for installation of electricity in the Nyamina West constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the Nyamina West constituency falls under the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project. As I indicated earlier, the physical works implementation has started. The contractor is progressively going to move to cover all the areas. Currently, they're doing the construction work in Bafoloto, Kumbune, and the Kubariko in the West Coast region. So they will progressively move. And we have, in fact, asked the contractor to give us an updated implementation schedule for all the communities that are to be covered so that we will be in a position to mobilize. We have asked them to also increase the number of teams to fast track the implementation of the project. But our target is to complete the project by latter part next year.
Any supplementary, Honorable Member?
Yes, now according to the answer given that you will request data from the company or the contractors, I will just urge him to please make them available once he lay hands on them. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question is a very good question, but so much restrictive to Nyamina West. This ECORIP project, that's the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project that you made mention in your response, Honorable Minister. Can you please update the Assembly more about it? Because my constituency is a beneficiary, but we want to see polls now.
Yeah, as I said, I have provided a comprehensive list, for each of the constituencies. The list is there. It's per constituency and per National Assembly member. Your list is here. This is an access project. It is funded by the World Bank. It's a grant, $66 million granted to the government of the Gambia. The consultant is Solenoid. The contractor is KEI. They were contracted through international competitive bidding process, which went through, review by the World Bank, given no objection. The contract was signed last year. There has been some delays in the implementation, but the contractor has been asked to submit a mitigation plan to accelerate the implementation of the project. But be rest assured that on the side of government, this is a priority project to achieve the universal access by 2025 of the government, and all efforts will be made to make sure that NAWEC, the contractor, and the consultant do the needful to implement the project.
Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want the Minister to inform me the project that is dealing with the URR North and how far that project has gone.
I've not heard you.
Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with rural electrification in general, that's the question, and in specific, the targeted period, specifically targeted period for Nyamina West. Yes? He said, let the Minister enlighten this August Assembly on the current state of the rural electrification project. That is one part. What? Use your mic. I cannot hear you.
I said we are not asking you to analyze it. You read it, and then we will do everybody will do his analysis or her analysis.
No, Honorable Speaker, he said, put the Ministry for Petroleum...
No, just read the question.
Which question?
The question you have just read, the principal question.
No, you mean my supplementary question?
You started reading something.
No, that's what I'm reading now.
Now, start now and read everything. Don't stop. Read everything to end.
That's what I'm doing. And then you are...
No, you stop to make analysis.
No,
I said, no, don't analyze for us.
You told me to stop the analysis. Honorable Speaker, he said, could the Honorable Ministry for Petroleum and Energy enlighten this August Assembly on the current state of the rural electrification project and give specific targeted period for installation of electricity in the Nyamina West constituency? That's what he said. So he's dealing with both rural electrification.
That's your interpretation. Fine, but what I'm saying is, the question is all out and then concluded for an installation in the Nyamina West constituency.
Yes.
You want to go beyond?
No.
You want to go beyond to Woolley or to URR?
No.
Go ahead.
Yes, I am saying part of the rural electrification project, the project that is dealing with URR North, how far has that gone? That's what I'm saying. And you are saying it's out of order.
Yeah, all right, Honorable Minister, can you answer the question if you...
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, let me clarify. As far as we know, we don't have a rural electrification project. Let me clarify that. Okay? No, electrification of the rural areas is different from rural electrification project. No. I'm just clarifying for your understanding. Okay, we do not have a project called Rural Electrification Project. So I'm just clarifying for you. We have Universal Access Project, which, we have specific projects called the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, Phase 2, which covers Woolley East. And there are 18 communities which are identified, and the list is here. And currently, the contractor has done all the designs. They are doing the factory acceptance tests, and very soon they will start the construction work. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to base my question based on the first part of the question, on the current stage of rural electrification. I've just concluded an observation mission at the West Africa Power Pool, and I had the privilege to be informed that they have capacity to provide up to 200 kilowatts to the Gambia, yet we are only purchasing 50. And the question here asked to enlighten the August Assembly on the current stage of rural electrification. But it is to my knowledge that some parts in the rural areas have never seen electricity in their lives. So we have the capacity of getting 200, yet we are only getting 50. Why is the minister not able to provide part of these rural people electricity? Thank you.
I think you want to be faster than us. The issue here is to update us. That's the request.
Why?
You have a very important question, but it's a principal question.
It's not.
That you are talking about electrification that is being acquired. Why don't they increase that for everybody almost to have it? That's what you are asking.
It's
update on the universal. That is different from purchasing, because the update is what is happening.
No, I'm saying why. Why they are not giving them.
Honorable Speaker. You see, every member has a right to put your question. And you put your principal questions to the various ministries. But you cannot come and be asking non-supplementary questions.
Supplementary question, because they are not having, so I'm asking why.
No, I'm not allowing the question.
You are being unfair, because it is a supplementary question.
Question number 217
again, you are being unfair.
of 2023.
You are disrespecting my rights.
Honorable
again.
member for Bakau constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia has the most expensive fuel pump prices in the sub-region. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy tell this August Assembly why this situation and what is the Ministry's position to address such an issue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And Mr. Speaker, I can provide evidently data to tell you that the Gambia does not have the most expensive fuel price in the sub-region. That is a myth, and I think we have done a comparative analysis of 5 countries in the sub-region, and the Gambia has the lowest among all of these 5 countries. And the data is here, which I will be more than willing to share with you later on, okay? Because in the Gambia, for example, in September, petrol price in the Gambia was $1.197. In Senegal, it was $1.532. In Mali, it was $1.42. In Guinea, it was 1.4. In Sierra Leone, it was 1.335. And in in Ghana, it was 1.2. That's for petrol. For gas oil in the Gambia, the price is $1.141 per liter. Senegal is 1.161. In Mali, 1.41. In Guinea-Conakry, 1.39. Sierra Leone, 1.335. And then in Ghana, 1.174. So, and this we have done an analysis from May, June, July, August, September. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, no supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member for Lower Salon.
Honorable Speaker, still, can you make a further negotiation to bring it down? There's any room?
Okay, let me explain to you. Just last month, the government had to forgo a revenue in excess of $180 million to maintain the price of fuel. Okay? Pardon? We have to forgo. So which means that, you know, what the price that was supposed to be charged was not charged. If it was charged, then government would have got another $180 million in revenue. But the ministry, the government had to reduce, in order to make sure the price of fuel, because of its inflationary effect, had to maintain the price of fuel at this level. But we have seen the price of fuel, the flat price of fuel is now going up. And it is going up because of the reduction in production that the Saudi Arabians have done. And that is having an impact on the international price of fuel. We don't produce refined product, and then the product is bought in the international market, and it is referenced by the plant. So that is how fuel prices is determined in this country. It's not something that is entirely the prerogative of the government. Wherever the government has the opportunity to reduce the price to relieve the economic burden, because fuel has, according to the Central Bank Monetary Committee, increasing the price of fuel has significant inflationary effect.
Honorable member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, that 180 million you've talked about, is this fuel subsidy? And if it is, was it only 1 month or 2 months?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm using my words. I'm saying that when there's a fuel pricing committee that is multi-sectoral and look at these indicators every 25th of every month, and when the current international price of fuel was put in this model, the output is higher than what we eventually, so what I'm saying, determine the price, because the price of fuel should have been more, the pump price should have been more than what it is today. So what I'm saying is the government forgo, if you want, you can say subsidy, but it forgo the revenue of 180 just for the last month.
I think that the government left out the payments they should receive from it so that the price can stabilize at that place. If government was to receive 180 million, then the price would have increased. So they let go that 180 million to allow the price to stabilize at where it was. For Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on what you've just said, in terms of foregoing over 180 million to be able to at least stabilize the fuel price, my question will be, are there any sustainable measures being taken with regards to this? Is it sustainable?
No, certainly it's affecting the government's revenue. There is a limit to what the government can do. Maybe in this coming month, given the way the price of fuel, international price of fuel is going, don't be surprised if the price will go up. And that's a fact. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that update. It's uploadable, but honestly, is this sustainable? What do you think is the sustainable way to this? Because losing a revenue of 180 million, that could have been plowed probably health centers also, or even education. But I understand is the dynamics with regards to certain variables in the economy. What do you think is the sustainable way to this?
I'm not an economist. I am the Minister of Trade, Petroleum and Energy. And when we do the calculation, the modeling, and the committee makes a recommendation, this is submitted to the Ministry of Finance. Because we are the technical sector ministry, but the final decision in terms of whether, the price in terms of subsidy or foregoing of revenue is something that I consult with the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Question number 218 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salum. Pardon? Who? What is it? What is it? Ask more supplementary questions? He said the list was exhausted. You have 5. If 5 is gone, that's where it ends. Pardon? That's what I was made to understand. Okay. Question number 218 of 2023, Honorable Member for Upper Salum. I'm just told that he has authorized Nyanija to read the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the power distribution network of NAWEC seems to be old, particularly in the Greater Banjul area. Would the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Energy confirm if there are plans to modernize the network and the possibility of using smart meters across the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia recognizes that NAWEC electricity distribution network is rather old and requires modernization, rehabilitation, and refurbishment. This is the very reason the government of the Gambia came up with the strategic roadmap 2021 to 2040 to achieve universal access, and with specific investment plans for generation, transmission, and distribution. With the support of our development partners, the government of the Gambia has secured massive investments to modernize the transmission and distribution network. Currently, NAWEC is implementing the World Bank funded JAM project, which includes construction of a 225 kV transmission line from the OMVG Birkama substation to Jabang, and then a new substation in Jabang, upgrading of some of the 33 kV lines, upgrading the primary stations in Mile 5, Willingara, Birkama, Medina, and a new substation at the Kotu tank in Kotu, as well as the construction of a national control center to integrate the TND network on a one platform for remote operations. Additionally, the JAM project has components to extend transmission line and build new distribution network to provide access to new communities. The EcoRIP project and the Gambia Electricity Access Project funded by the African Development Bank are important access projects that will also build new transmission line and distribution network to process electricity access in greenfield communities, both in the GB, peri-urban and rural area. The government of the Gambia has also recently secured funding from the China Aid Power for a China Aid Power Enhancement project in the GBA. The project involves rehabilitation of transmission lines and access expansion and extension to GBA. We have also secured funding from the African Development Bank, a grant funding for the Gambia Electricity System Rehabilitation and Expansion Project. The OIC Electricity Project, which the NAWEC is benefiting, will also replace secondary transformers and low voltage network. Additionally, new primary substations will be built around the Banjul International Airport to cater for power supply for the airport, and the Bijulo substation will also be upgraded to double its capacity. Accordingly, NAWEC have also started a pilot program to use smart meters, and their current policy that all meters to be installed are smart enabled. Thank you.
Honorable, any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Surely there are a lot of plans, as you've mentioned, but the fact remains the distribution network, the transmission and distribution network of NAWEC is definitely on, and I just pray and hope that when all this is implemented, we say goodbye to that. But we want sort of a timeline frame to some of these projects because we understand the importance of them. Thank you.
Okay, we are in a development phase. We recognize, as you said, that the network is old. That's why we are modernizing it. That's why we are rehabilitating it. That's why we are renovating it. Because the pace of development has not catch up with infrastructural development. And it hinges on finances. But now that the government has secured this funding, there is a process, and we be rest assured that the timelines that have been agreed with our partners will be respected. and will implement it in the best possible way. Thank you.
Any more? Honorable?
No, allow orders. It's okay, it's fine.
It's fine. Honorable Member for Lower Salon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you talked about these smart meters. Honorable Minister, the old meters that are in the market and the new ones recently that are procured, we are told that if we have low voltage, they go off. I don't know whether you can confirm that, whether it's true or not. They are not in good condition.
It's news to me. I will find out.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you. You mentioned about the OIC water and electricity project. This project should have been completed by now, and I learned it's still ongoing. What is the percentage progress as of now?
Honorable Member, you know, as you are very well informed, and I heard that the Honorable Minister of Transport, you were in the ministry, but you know, these projects, yes, you plan, but man proposed, God disposed. And in this particular case, especially as you very well know, with the Saudi Development Fund, is not like the World Bank and the ADB. And I can tell you that when the tender was done, for both the water and the electricity, the tender price was more than the available budget. And that, you know, the funders, the Saudi Development Fund, requested for the rescoping, which was subsequently done, and the contracts have been signed. I think the contractor for the electricity, I think last month, applied and presented the advance payment bond for the advance payment funds to be provided. That's where, but no physical work has actually started.
Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, a lot of projects are mentioned on your ministry, and you call them grants, but like you never give us the figures, the amount of money involved. Can you please, you know, make us know the amounts involved in those projects? Thank you.
Okay, we'll gladly provide it.
Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about electricity theft. Could the Honorable Minister clearly explain how this electricity theft is being done and whether we are actually being affected?
Electricity what? Theft. Honorable Minister, do you understand? Huh? Yeah. Question number 219 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem, constituency again. I think it should be taken by the Honorable Member for Nyani. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nyani Ja. Honorable Speaker, electricity theft has been plaguing many power companies, particularly in Africa. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly if NOEC is suffering from this negative phenomenon and how much are they losing every year?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member and Honorable Speaker. According to NOEC, they are among the many power companies, particularly in Africa, that is plagued with electricity theft. according to NAWEC's data, out of the total energy that was supplied to the grid in 2022, 22.7% was total energy loss recorded. I didn't say theft. I say energy loss recorded. This does not mean that the losses was electricity theft. NAWEC reports that 10% of the total loss were assumed to be, normally you allow for technical losses in any network, and about 10 to 15% is allowed. Now, and they recorded, based on their estimate, that 12.5 as non-technical losses. And in also these non-technical losses, you know, that's where the electricity theft is part of, because you have meters that are bypassed, those are electricity theft. You have faulty meters as well, which are not electricity theft. You have meter tampering, people that tamper meters, those are electricity theft. And also customers that are not billed. You know, for example, you have in the past, you know, because we are rolling out all the meters, electricity meters to prepayment meters, but you still have few meters in, you know, public institutions that are still credit, and they are rolling out the. So, but what we have done and requested at the highest level, at the presidency in cabinet, and also my ministry have requested NAWEC to develop and submit a loss reduction and control strategy, which includes the establishment of a result-oriented mobile brigade that will aggressively pursue electricity theft. And this is something that NAWEC is developing, and we are expecting to receive this strategy very soon.
No supplementary?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and then thank you very much for mentioning the strategy that you've just developed. That's the, loss reduction and control strategy? Because looking at the percentage you've mentioned here, 12.5% loss is something that is huge. So as you mentioned, I think I am fine. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, out of the, in your response, out of the 21% generated, the electricity generated, that is lost, how much does the theft cases constitute out of this 21%? How many percentage do they constitute out of the 21%?
Explain that according to the data that NAWEC has provided, it's not an exact figure, but they have provided a ballpark figure, and it is a very good estimate that 12.5% or so is non-technical losses. And among the non-technical losses, I don't think they have been able to pin down the theft, because if you know the theft, you will stop it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member for Lower Salon.
Honorable Minister, in your answer you said there are unbuilt one who are not paying the services. Are you in a position to tell us who are those, and if yes, NAWEC staff are not billed? Why?
I cannot confirm your last statement, but this is just a general statement that non-technical losses comprises of these components, but not necessarily that, you know, unbilled customers, particularly for electricity, is something that is outrageous. I don't believe, because most of the meters, the prepayment, the postpaid meters, electricity have been replaced, and save for public institutions that are considered as critical, like hospitals, clinics, military installations, etc. So I don't believe that it's just a categorization, but I don't think that the quantities are that much significant. But surely, in terms of faulty meters, as he's saying, you have meters that may be faulty, both on the water side, on the electricity side, but meter bypass and tampering, those are the key issues that NAWEC needs to and must focus to eliminate. And I think that when you have a result and well-motivated brigade, with the resources that go aggressively and expose people that are involved in these undesirable practices, we will enhance their revenue.
Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Minister has gone very close to my answer, but when we are talking about meters, it's not just about meters, sometimes it's also about solar panels. What security measures or safeguards do you put in place to avoid the tampering of some of these facilities?
What I can say is that maybe you must have heard about some theft of solar panels at the ongoing project at Jambu, the 23 megawatt solar grid connected panel. Unscrupulous individuals who are anti-progress, anti-development went and stole panels. But what we have done is that with the support of the Ministry of Interior, they have now ready to deploy security personnel at all of these strategic installations to protect the national infrastructure.
Question number 220 of 2023, Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I asked a similar question to the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy during the fourth ordinary session in the 2022 legislative year regarding his ministry's intention to electrify 21 communities in Jara Central. And his response was, I quote, "The said 21 communities will be electrified in the first part of 2023, unquote. Could the Honorable Minister for Energy inform this August Assembly why this work has still not commenced? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, let me repeat what I said earlier. I made this statement on the basis of what was planned. But as I said earlier, the project has encountered some delays. And this is why the works on the ground have not started. This delay is of concern to the government, and the President himself tasked through me, NAWEC Chairman, as well as the steering committee, which gives an oversight of the project, to engage the project stakeholders, that is the project steering committee, the project implementation unit, the consultant, and the contractor, to try to solve all the key bottlenecks that have impeded on the progress of the project. And this meeting was held on the 22nd of August. Now, and the meeting resolved, with the support of the Vice Chairman and elder statesmen, addressed most of the key problems, and the contractor has now been tasked to come up with a revised schedule and also a delay mitigation plan. And we are expecting the submission of these documents this week, latest next week. But I can assure you that as far as the ministry is concerned, we will do everything to make sure that NAWEC, the implementing entity, do what they are supposed to do to deliver these projects on time. And we are informed by NAWEC that towards the fourth quarter of next year, the work will progressively progress to LRR, and you will see work implemented on the ground. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister please be more kind to this August Assembly as to what was the key bottlenecks that hampers the commencement of the project? Thank you.
There were contractual issues between the contractor and the PIU, that's NAWEC, which were related to interpretation of the scope of work of the project, issues of factory acceptance tests, which are things that have to be planned, and also the bill of quantities, design, finalization of the design works. These are things that really were the cause of the delays. But we have solved most of these problems. So as I said, we're just waiting to receive the revised plan to make sure that the project is delivered as soon as possible.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
No, I have one remaining question. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, see, I don't want to bring all the response that was connected to the former question. But in that response, you did indicate that the contract was in fact awarded. So I don't know for this one now, as far as it is going to be revised and do all the necessary transactions. So what level you think this new current situation of the ratification of the 21 committees is at now? Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Member, let me clarify for you. There is no contractual issue. There is no new contract that has been signed. In the course of contract implementation, interpretation of contract clause, the contractor can interpret a particular clause or a particular provision in a particular way. The PIU or the consultant interprets it in a different way. And that's why you have, under this particular project, you have what is called a dispute board member that sits to resolve any dispute that exists between the parties. What I said was that the contractor, following these delays and after resolution of these problems, has been requested to present a revised implementation program, which is a time-bound that would now tell us when he is going to do which community at what stage.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. We are over 50 years now. NAWEC has a lot of projects. We call some project electricity enhancement. We call others electricity rehabilitation. Now, what is the expected megawatt as far as Gambia electricity output is concerned? And where are we right now? How many megawatts are we supplying? And what is the expected output? Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, all these projects that you have named are transmission and distribution projects. They are not generation projects. Okay? They are transmission and distribution projects to be able to transmit and distribute power. They are not generation projects. Now, we have currently, NAWEC generating capacity is about 60 megawatts, own generating capacity, of which 25 megawatts of that power is old generators that have been there since 1980 something. Okay? So the effective available capacity is about just 30 something megawatts, of which we also have power that is coming from Car Power. We are also, Senegal is sharing in the GBA sometime between 30 and 32 megawatts of their own generating capacity. And the highest demand recorded in the GBA was about 95 megawatts. So today, if you subtract Car Power, you subtract Senelec, you have serious power outages in this country because the capacity in country cannot supply the demand. Now, let me come to this issue that if you allow me, that the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member talk about WAP. WAP does not have power to supply. WAP does not have power, and WAP is not supplying because she raised the issue about, power from WAP that we are not taking. WAP is not supplying this country 50 megawatts. The power and WAP does not generate any power. So it is important to understand the realities. WAP is an institutional, ECOWAS specialized institution which is trying to support the connectivity of the electricity network. But WAP does not produce any power, and WAP is not making available to the Gambia 200 megawatts of power. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think just the way that you put members in order, you should also try to put ministers in order, because the minister should answer and restrict his questions to his answers to the questions that he is asked. My questions was overruled, but notwithstanding, I will still ask it, and I will put that in order. Mr. Speaker, what the honorable member. No, I have to answer, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
You gave the honorable minister.
Honorable member, please. Honorable member, sit down. Yes. Honorable member, you've been a long-standing member of this institution. You very well know there are certain things you do you should not do. I want to urge you to desist from that. Can you put your question, please?
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, like I said before, I'm just coming from an oversight function from WAP, and I am reliably informed that they are in a capacity to transmit 200 megawatts to this country, yet we are only getting 50. And the Honorable Minister clearly states that we, at least Greater Banjul area, need at least a minimum of 95, yet they cannot provide that. And I am reliably informed that WAP can provide up to 200 megawatts. Why are we not getting it to provide electricity, sufficient electricity to the whole nation? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me respond that I never said that we don't have enough capacity to supply. I said the demand, the highest recorded demand was 95 megawatts, of which we have generating capacity in country owned by NAWEC of about 60 megawatts plus 30 megawatts from Car Power and 30 to 32 megawatts from Senelec. If you aggregate all of that, 60 plus 60 is almost about 120. Okay? So saying that we have capacity aggregate to be able to supply. Now, WAP is not supplying this country, and WAP doesn't have power to supply this country and is not supplying this country 50 megawatts. That is not correct. WAP does not have power to supply this country, and even the infrastructure
Even if that was the case, the infrastructure to supply this country with power from wherever that power is coming, I'm coming. Let me learn. Well, let me learn and explain to you and educate you so that you understand. Honorable member, you don't interrupt somebody. No, honorable, please. Please. Honorable Minister, can you continue, please? Honorable Minister, can you continue? What is wrong with the minister? Honorable Minister.
Oh, okay.
Honorable Minister, please, you are not taking instructions from anywhere besides here.
Okay.
Please.
So
go ahead.
So even if the power, even if there was power coming from WAP, which is not, the network connecting the infrastructure on the Zone A is not connected to the infrastructure for Zone B, where the Gambia is. Because the network connecting, for example, Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Cote d'Ivoire, which is connected already in Linsan, where the interconnection in Guinea is not yet completed. And the network connecting Guinea-Bissau, and the Gambia is not yet completed. So there is no connectivity to even provide that power. Even if and WAP does not have power. WAP is a specialized institution that provides and supports the development of the electricity infrastructure and electricity market in the sub-region.
Yes, honorable members, we cannot continue to be violating our own standing orders as we progress. Please, I would not deny anybody from making a statement we want to make or from posing a question if it is in order. But let's continue with that. To educate, you want him to withdraw that word to educate? Why? How is to educate an insult or derogatory? Somebody who knows more than you on something should be able to educate you on it. So, and I don't, when we talk about derogatory words, they are not that enlightened, fine. But this one, in fact, you can be educated on it. Because there is that capacity somebody has that I don't have, he can educate me. So let's avoid those small things and then go to business. Honorable. No, get this one. Honorable members, let me on your behalf thank the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy for ably answering to our questions, and to all honorable members who posed questions. If there are still certain things that probably members are still want information on, members could still go to visit them or write your own substantive question that would be forwarded to the relevant ministries for answers. Honorable Minister, we thank you very much. Clerk, can we proceed?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, you may take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 254 of 2023 by the honorable member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports update this August Assembly on the current rehabilitation project of the National Stadium in Bakau?
Honorable Speaker, following the handing over of the stadium site to the contractors on December 27, 2022, work started as per signed contract under the supervision of the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, who serve as the consultants for the project. The contract signed was to last for a period of 6 months, effective January 2023. However, work continued until August 2023 after the extension of the contract due to the incompletion of work as of July. Honorable Speaker, as of 29th August 2023, the current renovation phase of the stadium was certified as 100% complete by the Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure. The Ministry of Works has recently submitted the observation of the CAF inspector who visited the Gambia on 15 July 2023 for preliminary inspection at the invitation of the Ministry of Youth and Sports through the Gambia Football Federation. These renovations or these recommendations are being reviewed for necessary action.
Can I? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, if you have supplementary, take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that important update. Are you affirming to this Assembly that work is still ongoing after the 6 months?
No, I said work has been completed as of August 29th, according to the certificate that we received from the Ministry of Works.
So in that regard, why is it that we cannot still use the stadium?
Now, stadium usage is subject to CAF's approval. Now, work was completed on the 29th of August. However, when CAF wrote to the Gambia Football Federation to choose a stadium for the Gambia-Congo match, this was in July, around July 28th, at which time work was still ongoing at the stadium. And as it is, what we have as reported is that that phase of the job is completed. But like I mentioned in my answer, there are certain areas that have been identified by CAF inspector as areas where we need to work on. And these were not part of the original scope of work, and that is what the Ministry of Works has submitted to us, and we are looking at those areas and see how best we can be able to improve on them.
Yes. Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, we were all aware that rehabilitation work have taken place at the Independence Stadium. And now we are yet to understand that their work has been completed by 29th of August. To be specific, what are the type of work that have been taken place?
Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of work that took place at the stadium in the 7 months that it was being renovated. To put it in a simple form, it's a complete overhaul of the stadium, because what we had there is what has been there from 1983 when the stadium was built, which is 40 years ago.
And over time, a lot of things have changed in the sport industry, including what is required in the change room, the sizing of the change room. So the plan that we got is an internal demolition of walls inside the stadium and expansion of the change room, including a complete removal of the old plumbing and electrical system and running of new wires and new electrical system with new plumbing systems as well. And then there were internal works that were done on the inside of it. The ceilings, the medical room, there is an additional room which is called the medical room, the match officials room, and all of those things come along with some fittings, like the new chairs and TVs and fridges and player benches, lockers, and all of that. So there is a lot of work that has happened inside. The outside of it is what people see, which is the playground was transformed from what it was to a new play pitch, turf together. I mean, both grass and the natural turf. And you know, the player benches that we see outside and the spectators' seats. So these are some of the works that have happened at the stadium in the past 7 months.
Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on, as pertaining to the Banjul Stadium Rehabilitation Project, I would take it that the principal agreement would have been based on project specifics for it to be able to be fit for purpose. And you did make mention that your ministry declared that it was 100% ready to, be used as indicated. Can you help this August Assembly in helping us with the specific issues that led to the CAF inspectors not agreeing for the stadium to be used for our football game?
Honorable Speaker, I think the CAF inspector really never said Gambia cannot use its stadium. And I think that was clear because the problem was we issued a statement and the newspapers captioned it the way they wanted to caption it, different from the content that we shared from the ministry level. And instead of people reading our statement, they decided to follow what the newspaper said. But the communication was clear. CAF inspector was invited by us, asked a suggestion of the Football Federation that they are the experts and they need to come and look at the work that we are doing before the completion so that they can advise on issues that probably might not be included so that they can tell us what we need to do. And that was the purpose. It was not for them to come and look at the stadium and decide whether we can play or not. They didn't come, we invited them. And when he was done with his assessment, he highlighted areas where he believed we need to improve on. Some of those were not part of the job because as per the advice we got, we could have put the job in two phases. And the phase one is what is acceptable, what they call the minimum standard. And that's what we were doing. What happened in the reason why we couldn't play here is at the same time the CAF official was in country, the Football Federation was written to by a different body at CAF, which is the competition department, to choose a stadium for the match. And we indicated stadium, the independent stadium, under the understanding that by the end of July or by the end of August, work will be completed. Our match is in September. So that was the request, and that request was rejected by CAF because they said the stadium was considered to be under construction and that we should go ahead and complete the job. This is the communication. So the rejection of the stadium was specific to the request we made to play here. And yes, we all know that the stadium was still under suspension. What happened at that time is they have a CMX system, like they call it. It's an online system where you go and choose the venue for your match. And when the JFF went into that system, the stadium, independent stadium, was not listed. And that was not specific. It has not been listed for the last 1 year. It was taken out from their list. So you couldn't choose independent stadium because it is not on the list. And this is the reason why we couldn't play here. And this is what we explained. What people said outside is a completely different thing. But stadium was under renovation at that time.
Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention of the duration of the project, which is 6 months. And the study was in January. It should have been completed in July. What was the reason behind the completion in August? Were there any constraints? If possible, can you tell us what were the constraints?
Well, constraints were few constraints. One of it was the delay in the initial payment, which technically is on our side because work starts only when you pay. Then when payment was done, there was also delay in some of the arrival of some of the equipment from where they got it from. The contractors were mostly importing materials from Turkey. And at one time they told us that they had a container delay in the river or wherever in the sea because of the maritime transport. And one time also when it came to the port, they needed to make some clearance with ports before they can release their materials, and it took 2 weeks while the containers were lying at the port before they can get it out. So these are some of the issues. And eventually they wrote to us to say there is a chance that they cannot finish at the end of July, and they requested for an extension. And we gave an extension based on the recommendation of the Minister of Works, who are said are the consultant. And that's what took it further into end of August.
Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention of the team making a kind of assessments or recommendations that we are not initial part of your planned construction work. Can you share this report with the Assembly?
Yes, we can share the report from CAF and also the assessment of the Ministry of Works.
Honorable Member for Kiang West. Question,
Honorable Minister.
Huh? I said you said it's out.
Honorable Speaker, withdrawn.
You've withdrawn your question or what? Oh, okay. Question number 255 of 2023, Honorable Member for Upper Flood West.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The question before me is, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports inform this August Assembly whether his ministry have any plans to build a mini stadium and a skill center for the people of Upper Flado?
Honorable Speaker, the ministry strives to ensure that its program reach young people across the country. However, there is currently no plan to build a mini stadium or a skill center in Upper Flado West.
Yes, my second question is, are you aware that Upper Flado West constituency is the biggest constituency in the Gambia, which constitutes of 135 communities? And if I can get you right, that there is no plan that your ministry intend to build a mini stadium and a skill center in my constituencies. So, do you think this will go down well with the people of Upper Flado?
Honorable, your constituency is the biggest in the Gambia.
Speaker, I'm not sure.
We are not to ask you about opinions. Any supplementary questions? You can make reference to section 38, orders 38C. No supplementary. Question number 256 of 2023. Honorable Member for Bundunkakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport inform this August Assembly whether his ministry has plans in place to build stadium in the country as part of his ministry's quest to promote sporting activities and competition? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, as part of the ministry's sports infrastructure development plan, we are currently constructing sports fields or mini stadiums in Diabugu, Sandu in Yuarar, Janjambure and Fulabantang in Siarar, Kiang Julafar in LRR, Biam and Kafuta in the West Coast region, as well as the Mboyo field Bakote in the Serekunda Central Zone. Honorable Speaker, with the available financial resources, the ministry's efforts are not only to promote sporting activities and competition, but also decentralized sports infrastructure across the country, as enshrined in the just ended NDP and new green focused recovery of the NDP. However, these plans are hampered by the unavailability of resources, as our allocation is always very minimal compared to the plans that we have for the country.
Any supplementary, you may proceed.
Yes, please. What I mean is whether the ministry, you have any plans to build a bigger stadium that can, cater more than the current capacity of this stadium. Because remember, if you have more stadium, you can be able to attract CAF so that we can also host the African Cup of Nations. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, yes, there are plans to build a new stadium, and in fact, we already have a plan for a 30,000 capacity stadium and already identified a venue for it. However, stadiums are expensive. It's a capital project that will cost Gambia close to 200 million, or in the minimum, 100 plus million, depending on the size that you want. $1 million, I mean. So this is the challenge that we have now, but we are looking at possibilities, and we've been discussing with some of our bilateral partners to see how best we can be able to get the support to build a second stadium for the country. And yes, we understand the impact that it will have in our sports development, but also to our young people and even the economy of the country.
Kiang West, Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, in your response, you've talked about the intervention of mini stadiums, which includes Kiang Julafar Mini Stadium. During our last interface with you, I asked a question as to when you want to hand over Kiang Julafar Mini Stadium, because you said it was completed. And you are waiting for the committee, for them to give you a date to hand over. The committee had written to you to suggest the date they want to hand over the stadium, but it's still not handed over after 1 month of this notice. What is the problem?
Honorable, there is no problem. We were ready to hand over, but they choose a date that was not favorable to us, and we've asked them to go ahead and use it for their football final, and the knockout final, and then eventually we will come and do a ceremony in the Nawetan final. But the community themselves decided that they would want me to be present there, and for that reason, they would rather leave it to the period when they do their final. That's the only reason, but otherwise, everything is done. I think the other part is that grass has taken over the outer part of the field, because it's a 300 by 300, it's a big place, and the community wanted volunteers to clear part of the grass that has taken over the outside of the field, and I think that also was not done on time. But we are ready at any time that they have, as far as the time is available for us to come in.
Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as you have rightly mentioned that you have financial issues, are there any plans to look for partnership where people can come in, build, manage, and hand over? And the capacity of the stadium is 25,000 capacity. Are you planning to make it 50,000 capacity when you are going for this partnership?
No, actually, I said what we have, the plan we have is a 30,000 capacity. And according to our assessment, 30,000 should be good enough for the country for the next 20 years or 30 years, based on the spectators that we witness at the stadium, even in the Gambia. According to records, the largest spectator the stadium we've ever had is 30,000, and that was Gambia-Algeria match, and the stadium was overpacked, but that's the number. Now, there's a problem with having bigger stadiums. It's good, but if you don't need it now, you don't have to get into it, because management of it becomes a problem. And we've looked at countries that have similar 45,000 capacity and how they're struggling to maintain it. Now, going into a partnership with a partner, it's a good idea. The problem is stadiums are social projects. They are not revenue-generating projects. So you will rarely have a partner that is willing to invest in an infrastructure where he or she is not going to be gaining income to be able to pay back the amount he spent there. So social projects are never lucrative to attract such kind of public-private partnership. But what we're trying to do, like I said, is to negotiate with our bilateral partners to look at the possibilities of having it built into projects that the Gambia identified. But these are also a problem, because at every given time, a country can say, this is how much we have for you. But they don't set the priority for you. It is for you to set that, okay, if you're giving us $200 million, we want to build roads, we want to build bridge, we want to build stadium. Now, a stadium doesn't fall under the priority list, then it becomes a problem. So this is what we are struggling with, but we are hopeful that we will have a headway sooner than later, because it's a priority for us at the moment.
Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you talk of constructing mini stadiums in various places like Makati, Fulabantang, and Julafar. There is a mini stadium in Jara Soma, but it's still incomplete. What are your plans to complete that mini stadium?
Honorable, yes, that mini stadium, the space and everything belongs to the ministry. But at one time, the pitch is...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My supplementary question was going to be with regards to construction. Is the ministry prepared to look for partners to construct sitting arrangement in the existing structures that we have already, like Serekunda, East Banjul, and Brikama, on a revenue base, so that, those things can be taken care of before you can have a new stadium facility for the Gambia? Thank you.
Honorable, I think yes, that would have been a good idea, but these mini stadiums, as we call them, Serekunda East West, they are properties of the councils, of the local government councils. And they were built by these councils some decades ago. And currently they are under the management of committees, sports committees, that probably, I'm not sure whether seating capacity is a priority for them, but we've not had any formal request coming from them, apart from Serekunda East, to go into those infrastructure. But again, even if you do, they still cannot replace the need for stadiums that are proper, in the sense that there is a lot of requirements now in football, even before you can even host even an international match anywhere. So as it is now, we do not have any arrangements with these committees to do that. We are focusing on the ones that we are developing at our level.
Question number 257 of 2023, Honorable Member for Combo East.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports give an update to this August Assembly on the status of the ongoing works at the Kafuta football field?
Honorable Speaker, the Ministry terminated the contract agreement with the first contractor for not fulfilling his contractual obligation. Another company has been hired to complete the works, and as we speak, work is progressing smoothly, and we anticipate that it will be completed soon.
Honorable Speaker, is the Minister aware that one part of the fence that was already erected in the football field premises has gone down? Are you aware?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, yes, I am aware. I was there last month when I visited these sites where we're doing work, and I found out that one part of the fence collapsed. But it's important to note that the fencing was not really part of the current work that we're doing, because the Kafuta football field has been there initially. And what the ministry was doing is to extend the fence and also do the inside work, the change room, the perimeter fences and others. But that fence that collapsed is an old fence that we found there and not part of our work. But we've taken note of it, and we've agreed with the sports committee that upon completion of the ongoing work, we would support them to put it back.
Any more, Honorable Member?
No, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Honorable Minister, if we are to put the collapsed fencing aside, is the fencing of the stadium part of the contract?
No, that's what I said. It was not part of the job that we have, because when they did the assessments for some of these sites, they looked at what was already available and what needs to be improved upon. So Kafuta is one example where there was a fence, and so it was not part of the job. What they were doing is the perimeter fence, which is the pitch itself, and the chain link fence, the change room construction, and the seating capacity. So the fencing was never part of the work that we're doing, because there was a fence that was there, and that is the one that just collapsed, or part of it just collapsed.
Question number 258 of 2023, Honorable Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports inform this August Assembly whether his ministry has plans for the youth of Nyamina West, especially in the area of football? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, our mission as a ministry is to deliver excellence in youth and sports development by ensuring that our youth are guided towards entrepreneurship, employability, leadership, and encourage mass participation in sports. That generates value for well-being. In this context, the ministry strives to ensure that its program reach young people across the country. This is demonstrated in many of our projects in the youth empowerment and sports development. Additionally, the structure that the ministry presents in several ways in all regions and constituencies through the National Youth and Sport Council, the National Youth Service Scheme recruitment and corps members, the NEDI trainings and grants that we issue, and the loans that are given to young people. Nyamina West is part of these plans and the ongoing activities of the ministry and its satellite institutions.
Go ahead with the supplementary if you have.
Yes, thank you. My question particularly for football, thank you for needy support and loans. My supplementary question will now be in the area of recruiting footballers from the lowest level under 17 con. Last time I invited your ministry to attend a final football in Nyamina West, so as the objective was, if you are scouting for talent, is in order is football in Nyamina West particularly. So Nyamena West have talent and skills in the football area, and we also would love to see our boys representing the nation internationally, nationally. What are your requirements so as we can try to meet them to see that we represent our country? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the ministry is not responsible for scouting of players and choosing who plays in the different categories of the national team. That is a responsibility of the different coaches that have been appointed to head these teams, and they do the selection based on their own assessment of players that are good enough to play in the under 17, under 23, or under 20, or in the national team. But first, player quality and belonging to some kind of a club is the basis. But to make it simple, coaches are responsible for that. And so maybe I will request or urge the honorable member to be inviting the coaches to come and watch. Maybe they will see the talent that they need.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. And Honorable Minister, thank you for educating me. I will now see the coaches for that. My last question. Now, I have had enough on the mini stadiums, the fencing of fields, which are not yet. We are never yet advantage of yet. So please. I would also ask a question, whether your ministry will give or build a mini stadium for the Nyamena West youth to enjoy the facilities on sporting areas. Thank you. Mini stadiums and football fields? My question is whether his ministry has plans to give us a mini stadium or fence a football field for us. Speaker, please, they are this topic.
I have told you many a times, don't listen to comments from the sideline. If you do, you will be distracted.
Thank you, Speaker.
And Honorable Minister, when a question is posed, just go ahead to answer until I order otherwise.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, at the moment, no. There is no plan to develop a mini stadium, neither to fence a football field in Nyamena West. However, these are things that we can discuss. But like I always say here, our challenges is not having the ideas to do some of these things. It's about budgetary constraints, and until we're able to have not adequate money, but at least something reasonable, some of these things would be a problem for the ministry to do.
Question number 259 of 2023, Honorable Member for Janjanbureh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports tell this August Assembly about the state of renovations of the Independence Stadium and how much is spent out of the 160 million allocated by the Cabinet?
Honorable Speaker, the first scope of work has been completed. The second scope of work that was initially but now has to be done, as further recommended by CAF to fulfill requirements fully, is yet to commence. Honorable Speaker, as of today, a total sum of $112 million has so far been spent out of the $160 million is allocated. We are, however, supposed to make an interim and a work completion payment that to the contractors that amount to $22,803,000.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Speaker, I'm coming.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Good. From your response, Honorable Minister, you did said the ministry already spent 112 million. If I may ask, out of what was spent, the balance left, can it really render the necessary job that is left out? Thank you.
No, it cannot. Because like initially, the Minister of Works was working on what was given to them. And like I said, this is what we were advised, that is what the standard is. With the additional works that CAF inspector recommended for us, it will mean that there is going to be additional costing. And these include the expansion of the fence, the painting of the outside, and the parking lot for the vehicles, and what they call a safety zone for in case there is emergency, and the LCD, the scoreboard for the stadium. These are additional costings, and as it is, what is left will not be able to do that. However, we are going to hire to manage with what is left and see how far we can go with it.
Honorable Minister, do you think it was really realistic to spend 160 million on an old facility and then we are still challenged to complete work?
Honorable Speaker, yes, it was, because that is the trend in all of the African countries. These stadiums were built by the Chinese through a partnership, just like they built stadiums in Senegal, in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in most of these countries. And all of these countries renovated their stadium to meet standards. One thing we need to also look at is, do we have the money to build a new stadium? Currently, there are 22 countries in Africa that are not playing at home, including the Gambia, out of the 50-something countries that we have. And the reason is because they cannot renovate their stadiums. So renovation of stadiums is a necessity, as long as it has the lifespan of the stadium is there. And as we know, the stadium is still under its lifespan. But looking at the sub-region, all the countries that renovated their stadiums, they renovated them at $10 million, $12 million, $15 million. Gambia is renovating at about $2.5 million. So, is it necessary? Yes, it is necessary, as long as we're able to do the right investment and get it to standard to be able to play at home.
Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can really understand what the minister's plight about lack of resources, but football now brings so much resources and attracts people. They've spent 160 million so far, nearly 160 million, and he's just confirmed that what is left might not finish the work. That is about 2.5 million. Is there an alternative option to at least request for more money and build a new stadium? Because Senegal spent about 270 million, but they built a state-of-the-art stadium and it's attracting players. We would also wonder, because Gambia is known for football, is there any plan in the near future to build these stadiums rather than adding to this 160 million and still give us a substandard stadium?
Honorable Speaker, we would wish that we have a new stadium, and as Minister, I'll be proud to say that it is during my time that the Gambia had a second stadium, and I'm sure even the President will be happy, including the government. Unfortunately, like I said, these are capital projects that are so expensive, and they are not just the need for it, but the investment must be there. Now, the neighboring country that has been cited built a new stadium, but at this moment, they are renovating Leopold Sedar Senghor at the cost of $33 million. They are renovating Aline Setoé Jatta in Ziguinchor at the cost of $15 million. Why are they doing it? It's because they know that in addition to Leopold Abdoulaye Wade Stadium, they need to have additional stadiums to be able to provide for their sports sector. Now, in the Gambia, that is a different case, and it's not the minister's making, I want to believe is the economic situation and maybe our diplomatic relationship and the ability to attract a bilateral partner that can support us. Because Senegal didn't use their own economic money from their budget to build a new stadium, but there has a reason. They're supposed to be hosting the Youth Olympics. And so when you're hosting an event, you can use the event to go lobby for projects. Just like how we are lobbying for OIC roads because we are about to host the OIC. So event-based investment is there. And we are not in that same situation. And I think that is the lesson that we have seen in other countries. Cameroon built a new stadium when they were about to host AFCON. Guinea was building a new stadium with China when they wanted to host the 2025 African Cup of Nations. And so the list goes on. But we are not in that same situation. But we will continue to do our best, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think it's well known that the Gambia has only our independent stadium, and part of the public outcry was based on the ministry maybe giving an ultimatum in terms of the date of its being able to be used. So can the Honorable Minister please help the August Assembly in telling us exactly when do you expect us to be playing home games?
Honorable Speaker, truthfully, I will not be able to give a timeline as to when we will be able to play home here. Play home, because some of these things really is attached to multiple factors. One is about having the finance. Secondly, it's about the duration of the job that is supposed to take place. But we believe that once the work complete, we will play here. How soon, and I definitely cannot tell, and I don't want to give a timeline that will fail.
Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, has the additional work been costed? And if yes, have you also conducted any feasibility study as far as the additional works are concerned? Thank you.
No, the Ministry of Works is doing the costing for those additional works. And I think they are taking their time so that we can avoid what happened in the past, where something is costed and eventually you come to realize that that is not the market price at the time. So we're expecting to meet them by next week when they will be submitting the new costing to us, and us I mean the Cabinet Subcommittee on Youth and Sports.
Honorable Member for Busumbala.
I'm not asking a question. It has been answered.
Okay, thank you. Question number 260 of 2023 by the Honorable Member.
Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport share with this August Assembly the contract agreement documents for the 7 mini stadiums under construction, and why is Janjanbureh Mini Stadium not included in the ongoing contract?
Honorable Speaker, I am pleased to share with this August Assembly the contract agreement documents for the 7 mini stadiums under construction. However, Honorable Speaker, I do not clearly understand what the Honorable Member for Janjanbureh meant by why Janjanbureh Mini Stadium is not included in the ongoing contracts, because Janjanbureh is indeed included in the ongoing works taking place across the country.
Janjanbureh?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think there was a typo error. This is why you couldn't understand that part of the question. But moving forward, are you aware that the pitch isn't part of...
Honorable Member, what is the typo? What is the typo?
Because what I saw here is, why is Janjanbureh Mini Stadium not included in the ongoing contract?
And that's what you read?
I read more than that.
Pardon?
I read more than that. That was just an adjustment to my question.
No, you were reading the question you posed yourself.
Yes.
And when I called you, this is what you read.
What I'm saying is exactly what I read. But then remember, these questions are handled by table office. So I have this feeling that there is some whatever type of error with regards to the question.
Are you saying that you did not say that Janjambure, why is Janjambure not included?
Exactly, I didn't say that.
But when you read it, you should have corrected it.
I feel with my supplementary, it can help to address that problem.
Supplementary then.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, are you aware that Janjambure Mini Stadium football pitch is not part of the ongoing contract in order to have the pitch ready?
Honorable Speaker, no, the pitch is part of it because the Janjambure Mini Stadium is the works, as I know them, is supposed to be the complete fencing of the place, the change rooms, the pitch itself, the perimeter fence with the chain link wire and the goal post and the nets and the ticket sales room. This is what I know to be part of it. So the only thing that maybe, I don't want to preempt, but I want to believe you're talking about the grass. Yes, so no, the grass is not part of it. And, that is something that we came to realize, that in the BOQ, there is a pitch with the perimeter fence and the chain link fence and the seats for the players, but they omitted the grass. And it's a problem across all of these mini stadiums that we are building.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. What is your ministry going to do in ensuring that the pitch has a grass? Thank you.
We are working with the contractors that once they finish, when we look at the options. Now, however, what we received so far, Janjambure is a little bit difficult because the soil sampling, so that it's a clay type of soil that cannot, where grasses cannot grow. So it's going to take a lot of work to probably excavate the whole topsoil and put in some the sand soil, the sand that can where grasses can grow. That's the difference with Janjambure, and it's the only place where we are told that it's a clay type of soil where Bahamas cannot grow.
Member for Central Badibu.
Yes, Honorable Minister, would it not be prudent to have an alternative to natural grass or carpet grass?
Honorable Speaker, yes, the carpet would be definitely more durable based on what we see in terms of communities' ability to maintain the grass, the natural grass. However, to just put up an artificial turf in one football field alone is estimated to cost about $10 million just for one pitch. Now, that is equivalent to the cost of the entire work that has been done there. And this is the challenge that we have. That's why we prefer the natural grasses for these communities, mini football fields for now, until when we have the right investment.
Honorable Member for Sandu.
I withdraw the same question I want to ask.
Honorable, thank you very much. Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want to get you right. The parent question part of it is demanding for the contract document agreement to be shared with the August Assembly. Whether your answer was in affirmative. If so, we would like the copy to be shared to the members. If not affirmative, this is what is required, it's supposed to be shared.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, in my response, I did say yes, we will make the contract document for the 7 mini-stadiums available to the House or to the Assembly.
Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question has been addressed.
Let me once again thank the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports on behalf of both sides of the Assembly for ably answering all the questions posed to you. We thank you very much with your together with your technical backup. And let me thank you, honorable members, also those who asked questions and those who listened to the answers. Clerk, can we now proceed?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister for Interior, you may take the podium. Honorable reply. Question number 205 of 2023 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, understanding the fact that our young people are getting mentally ill on our streets massively due to the usage of illicit drugs, could the Honorable Minister for Interior tell this August Assembly the mechanism in place to stop the entry of such drugs into the country?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul North. May I inform this August Assembly that the government of Gambia, through the Ministry of Interior, has designed and implemented strategies to address the disturbing surge of cannabis abuse and trafficking, covering supply suppression as well as demand reduction. Key indicators are the formation of an elaborate national drug control strategy 2019-2023 and the overhaul of the Drug Control Act. While the NDCS provides for strategic measures to counter and address the trafficking and abuse of drugs, particularly cannabis, the revised DCA gives consideration to plight of our many youths who fall victims of cannabis abuse. Additional efforts include the upgrading of the Drug Demand Reduction Unit of the DILIC to a directorate. This is followed by the implementation of a robust and accelerated public engagement sensitization activities targeting mainly the youth who constitute the majority of the victims. Series of school outreach activities in the form of symposiums, drama, debate, and quiz competitions are conducted in schools across the country alongside the establishment of anti-drug clubs in several schools. Community outreach age 13 to 35. the socio-economic conditions of these young people, unemployment, underemployment, dropping out of school, home environment, etc., contribute significantly as push factors for cannabis trafficking and abuse. We therefore require a holistic, multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary balance and integrated drug control policy to scrupulously approach and address the problem. Furthermore, to succeed in countering the problem of drug abuse, we must approach it as a public health issue and not as a criminal justice issue. This is the approach the world is taking. On the part of interdiction, our porous borders with the cannabis production area, rebel control part of Casamas, vis-à-vis the limited resources allocated for operational activities, presents a serious challenge to enforcement. It was as a result of this situation, DILI signed an operational memorandum of understanding with their counterpart in Senegal, Office de Contrôle et de Répression de Drogue, du Trafic Illicite de Stupéfiants of Senegal, OCRTIS, in October 2018. Similarly, a tripartite MOU with Senegal and Bissau was signed in Banjul in July 2019. Within the framework of these arrangements, a joint operation named Operation Open Roads was conducted in December 2019 with the aim of strengthening sub-regional cooperation in drug interdiction and to nurture interoperability among the law enforcement officers of the three countries. Officers are continuously trained on targeted inland and border interdiction tactics and increased patrol around the border area. This resulted in the increase of seizures, thus interrupting the supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In terms of capacity, what is your ministry doing in terms of enhancing the capacity for the implementation of making sure that drugs or illicit drugs cannot enter into this country?
There is a lot of training ongoing. Thank you, Honorable Minister. There's a lot of training ongoing with the staff of the DILIC, and I just want to say that currently they are so well trained that they're able to do this. Well, even with the limited resources that they have, the sort of interceptions that are done recently indicate that they are really hands-on dealing with the situation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, understanding that in the Gambia, we use spoon to move mountains. Is it not very important? We use spoons to move mountains. It's a saying. Spoons to move mountains in the Gambia. So what I want to know is, understanding that there is no specialized mental health centers in this country, what is your ministry willing to do in making sure that specialized mental health centers, particularly young people that are normally have issue with these illicit drugs, can be treated?
Honorable Member, you are dealing with interior.
I know, I'm dealing with interior,
yes.
But it's about illicit drugs.
Yes, but about this thing you are asking, that is not within the Ministry of Interior.
But they can collaborate with the Ministry of Health in making sure that it happens, because we only have
Honorable, pose the question to the relevant institution.
But I believe it's relevant. That is why I'm asking this question.
No, it's not relevant in this circumstance. Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, during your reply, you made reference to cannabis a lot. I think currently where we are, if you are to compare it with the illicit drugs that are coming in, I think it prompts to, less risk than most of these drugs that we are hearing. Let's say, example, Ginabas and the others. You've made mention of probable solutions, right? But my question will be, are there any preventive methods put in place that would hamper these illicit drugs entering this country? Thank you.
I think during my intervention, I discussed about the heightened patrols around the border area, and that resulted to a lot of seizures. Yes, we did talk a lot about cannabis, which is locally either sourced here or across the border, and most of our youth are using it. If there are other drugs, mainly those sort of drugs are not intended for use here. They are for, they want to re-export it out of the country, and yes, it is of interest to the DLIG and the Ministry of Interior to make sure that measures are in place to make sure that the people trying to bring this thing are checked along the border areas, and there's a lot of interception in that area. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Honorable Minister, in your submission you said most drugs are not intended to use here, rather imported. So it means you know these drugs, Honorable Minister. You know, you have mentioned cannabis. Cannabis can get somebody mental. The drug that you might think that should be export, they are making our young ones in terrible conditions. Tell us those drugs.
I'm sorry.
Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. My question is not answered.
Don't ask the question.
Of course. Okay,
what
now,
was the question?
I said, he said, on his submission I made, those drugs, intended ones, are not meant to use here. They are used to export. Now, can you identify those drugs?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just mentioned cocaine, for instance. These are very high-class drugs and very expensive. Most of the youth cannot even afford this. I just stop with that. But when you come to cannabis, it's open. You can get it out locally. You can source it locally, and the youth use that a lot. And it's even cultivated in some areas. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister, you make emphasis on weed, that is the cannabis. But then I want to understand from your ministry, what efforts are you making to combat other drugs that are not cannabis related?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Janjambure. If you go by the records that we have recently, a lot of seizures have been made on people dealing with these drugs. One of them is the one famous 3 tons or so that is still being prosecuted in this course. And the drug law enforcement officials are actively engaged around the borders and the local community. They are trying to make sure that wherever they have the intelligence, they pursue diligently to make sure they catch the people dealing with them so that they are brought to book. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We will all come to the same issue because the question is talking about illicit drug, and you lay emphasis on cannabis sativa. And are you going to tell us that it's only cocaine and cannabis sativa that is harming our young population? And if the answer is no, then tell us other drugs that are harmful to the life of young people.
Thank you very much. Recently, there has been seen around the communities young people using a particular drug called Kush. It is very, very harmful. Having mentioned cannabis is because it's the one that is regularly seen by everybody, but this one is a very dangerous drug and it's affecting the youth very badly. Not trying to mention a country that is coming from, but a particular country in the sub-region is noted for having it. In fact, they are considering to declare state of emergency because of the presence of that in their communities. There are quite a lot of drugs, methamphetamine and others. There are a lot. But the one that is most prevalent is cannabis that we spoke about, produced locally, consumed locally. We even have got interception of drugs being imported into this country through the post office. Our officials are very much engaged. They don't want it to come. Interdiction is very, very progressive. Thank you.
Question number 206 of 2023, Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Interior update this August Assembly on the amount of revenues generated from the issuance of passport, driver's license, ID card, and airport security fee?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Serekunda. May I inform this August Assembly that my ministry would have loved to be given a time frame on how much revenue was collected in a particular period. However, during the first and second quarters, my ministry was able to collect $45,267 on machine-readable passports, otherwise called MRP. No, please. I think let me read that correctly again. The way it's written. It's a 45,267,000. But this is very, yeah. It's 45,000 according to what's on the paper on machine-readable passports, and 9,414,720 on national identity cards, 28,710,692 on driver's license, and 88,337,838.75. US dollars, 575,000, and euro, 445,412.87. September receipts from security report fees. But I've got a breakdown here in my possession from security report. I'll be able to share that with Cabinet. So the National Assembly office for use or reference by members.
Any supplementary?
Yes,
thank
you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
Since the collection of most of these revenues are outsourced, so what percentage of the proceeds go to the government of the Gambia?
Revenue sharing affected by Vista Bank in the first quarter 2023, license cards, 40%, 60% to Semlex. Revenue sharing affected by Vista Bank, documents, license card, second quarter, we have 40%, 60%. That's what I've been given. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you also provide these documents to the National Assembly?
So I have them with me. I'll supply to the National Assembly.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. With regards to the security port, I realize that politicians, all the diplomatic passport holders are not paying this tax. Why do we subject only the ordinary passport holders and travelers to pay this tax? Why are politicians and diplomatic passport holders not paying this tax, please?
My understanding is that even those that are not paying directly from there, it is being paid by government because it's taken from their share. It's taken from their share.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, concerning the revenue generated from land censing, initially, during our last interface with you, you've admitted the illegality of annual renewal of land sales, and this is also added up to the revenue that you have just pronounced. And you promised to engage with the authorities to go by law, which says 3 years, every 3 years, instead of annually. What have you done with respect to this? Can you update the National Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As up to the present time, up to the present moment, we have not moved on the issue of going according to that edict, but I just, historically, I was a licensed officer when this was brought up. The issue of driver's license was like $50 for a driver's license. In those days, people cannot afford to pay. If you ask them to pay for that amount multiplied by number of years, so an administrative directive was given to curtail it to a yearly period so that people can afford it. I had 2 taxis. The drivers cannot pay for their license. I pay them their salary as well as pay for their license. I am sure if you ask around, you know a lot of people who are doing that. Now, the issue around this is this. You, even if you are talking about bringing it to 3 years, let's say.
Honorable Minister,
yes, please. Okay.
The question is not justifying why it is annual. The question, according to him, is that you did promise to engage. Have you engaged, yes or no?
No.
He's not looking for justification.
Honorable Speaker, in fact, this question is completely out of order.
Yes. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because the Honorable Member for Kiang West likes to look under the carpet and then come out and cover himself.
Yes.
But let's have the Honorable Minister. The question actually is, you promised, according to him, you promised to
Honorable Speaker, point
engage
of order.
government. But
Point of order.
on this one,
Said point of order, Honorable
no, but
Speaker.
the minister answered it until almost to the end. You never put up a point of order until now. So what I am just putting the minister into order. That is, he is not there to go and explain and justify. Have you engaged? Yes or not? You have not engaged. If you have engaged, update them.
Honorable Speaker, honestly, this I have not engaged, and I was just trying to explain where we are, but we have not engaged to try to move it to that. I was trying to explain why we didn't, to justify that, but we have not engaged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, fact of the matter is, this airport security fee, we know it's a private company. How do you account this private company, their monies, the inflow of the monies in dollars and euros, when it's a private company?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have got the breakdown of their receipts for the information of National Assembly. Whatever is collected is shared. Government share is there. Security report share is there. It's all recorded. I have it.
Honorable Member for Oriundum.
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw my question. It has been addressed already. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with revenue generation, and the ministry or department is a revenue generation department. But of late, when you quoted the amount, 45,000, is that low because the machine-readable password is always out of stock? Is that because of the cost, the low income on the machine-readable passport? What is the cost of this small amount under the machine-readable passport? Do you understand?
The Speaker is on. The Speaker is on. No, machine-readable passports are still being produced. They are still being produced. No, we have. There was a time that there was a problem of securing machine-readable passports, and there was a vote that was allocated for the purchase of a fire tender, about 50 million. Out of that amount, we used to buy more machine-readable passports, and again, there was a supplementary supply. We have them. It's only that machine-readable passports are to be given to people outside this jurisdiction, and then you have to show that you are out of the jurisdiction, but that's it, they are being produced.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Interior, for ably answering to the questions from honorable members. We thank you with your technical backup, and honorable members for your participation. Can we now proceed, Clerk? Fine. Clerk.
Speaker, you have the bills also.
break for lunch while you do your consultation?
Honorable members, the next agenda item should have been the Honorable Minister for Information. But my information is all the questions posed were for the Minister for Digital Communication and Digital Economy. Instead, it was sent to the Honorable Minister for Information. Therefore, these questions will have to be redirected to the Minister for Digital Economy. Apologies, honorable members. Honorable members, from there, Clerk, from there now we can proceed with the next agenda.
Bills, Orders 74 and 75, third reading of the Anti-Corruption Bill 2023 by the Honorable Minister for Public Service, Administrative Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery, stepping in for the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Yes, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on Order 53K, which reads, a motion for the reconsideration of a bill and acting on that, Standing Order 74. Amendments to bills after reconsideration stage. If any member desires to leave out or amend provision contained in a bill following the consideration stage, or to introduce any new provision herein, he or she may at any time before the person in charge of the bill rises to move the third reading of the bill, move that the bill be reconsidered, either wholly or in respect only of some particular part or parts of the bill, or some proposed new clause or new schedule. Honorable Speaker, on that, I want to submit that we reconsider Clause 75 of the bill, which reads, prosecution of offenses. 1. Every prosecution for an offense under this Act or any other law prohibiting bribery, corruption, and other related offenses shall be done with the consent of the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, I refer you to Clause 6 of the bill, which reads, investigate and prosecute any act of corruption or other matters prescribed under this act. By virtue of that, the committee submit that where we have, with the consent of the minister, we want to maintain our submission to be in consultation with the minister instead of in consent, with the consent of the minister. To do that, we require amending this particular clause, and that cannot be done without the reconsideration. So I submit.
Honorable member, it looks like there's two sides to the coin. First, if the proposal for amendment is to be done, it means the bill will not be ratified this session. One. Two, if you go into the 1997 Constitution and you go to Section 85, and Section 85, 1A, B, and C. 1A, 1 reads, the Director of Public Prosecutions shall have power in any case in which he or she considers it desirable to do so, and subject to the approval of the Attorney General, to initiate and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court for an offense against the laws of the Gambia. A. B. To take over and continue any criminal proceedings that has been instituted by any other person or authority. They have rights to take over and continue or discontinue by the Constitution. So even if we make the amendment, my fears are, if we make the amendments and that's what we fear, the Attorney General or the Solicitor General with the Attorney General's approval decides to come and take over, what becomes of it? Then it may mean for me, then you may want to amend the Constitution itself. That's my only, because your issue, I understand it. For this particular case of corruption, you don't want any interference. You don't want anybody to determine it. It should be done independently. But you cannot leave out the Attorney General by the Constitution. Any court, any criminal of this case, they can take over. Yes, Honorable Minority, with that information only.
Yeah, but that is to say, I think the Constitution is very clear. When the DPP so desires, there may be instances that he may desire that one to be prosecuted by the DPP in consultation with the AGP. But if you leave it as it is, that means any case by the Commission must be with the consent of the Minister. But the Constitution, the way the Constitution is, it doesn't mean any case now. If he decides that the Commission can go ahead with this particular case without the consent of the Minister, what is important? Consulting the Minister. But to make it too general, for the Minister to be consented to any case, the Constitution doesn't say that. When the DB so desires, that means it's not general.
So what you are saying is, yes, the Constitution is not saying at all times. It's saying if the Attorney General, with the approval of the Honorable Attorney General, the Solicitor General, if they feel at any time. And now what you are saying is, in this particular issue, is by the provisions as it is, it means any time you want to prosecute, you must get the consent of the Minister. And that's what you want to uplift. and then do it in consultation with the minister. If the minister so desires or so feels a particular case is there that he doesn't want to prosecute or he wants to take over, he can invoke the constitutional provisions and do that. Okay, but the other side also, let's be aware, it means it will not be enacted this session until next session. That's comfortable. Okay? You are granted.
Honorable.
Somebody second it.
Motion.
Huh? No, you cannot.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Kian Central.
Honorable Speaker.
Looking for a second.
Yes, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Anti-Corruption Bill 2023 be committed to the ABC for reconsideration. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Motion.
So the bill will be committed to the ABC, and then it will be rescheduled for consideration.
Honorable motion.
Pardon?
Motion.
Which crime motion? Woolies? Yes?
Well, thank you. I just want to ask. Honorable Speaker, I rise under clause 75 of the standing orders to move a motion for the Assembly to rescind its earlier decision to adopt clause 68 of the Anti-Corruption Bill 2019 on the undue advantage and allow the provision to stay. And I'm also relying on clause 74(1) of the standing orders. Thank you.
Honorable member, I think the anti-corruption bill went through the committee of the whole House. It has been considered. So I don't think what we can do, for instance, honorable member, so far we have just adopted the motion for us to recommit it to the ABC for reconsideration by the Assembly. At that stage, when we are at the committee stage, you can come up with a motion and make proposals to amend any other parts that you had earlier forgotten or amended or want to leave.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, you are heard very well on record. But I said we have heard you very well and on record. But the procedure is, if you want to deal with any matter at the reconsideration stage, you have to raise a motion here to be supported. So if you go there, the motion raised by minority leader is very specific. It's very specific. So if the motion was tailored in a way that any other issues we can understand, But if you say so, we can accept and wait until the time comes on record.
That's why you are emphasizing on records. I am more a gentleman than Honorable Saho of Central Badibu. No, Honorable, you see, our common interest actually is to get the best of the bill that will serve the purpose for which it is sought. Now, in it, we must remind each other and convince each other. Our understandings of issues are different, various, but we have one common goal. That's the best. So what you are saying, for every proposed amendment, in our review of the bill at another next time, we may say something wrong. We may have omitted something. So would we say we will leave it there? I'm asking honorable members. We are looking at a document that tomorrow will be said enacted by the Gambian Parliament. If we see errors that we felt it was an oversight, we reserve the right to correct it at that stage. The important thing is you must convince the majority of members that it should be corrected. That's
yes,
all.
Speaker, you are on track. You are right.
Lower Salum.
Honorable Speaker, actually, Honorable Speaker, I don't know what is the motive behind this, but then we have gone through the committee stage. Now, whoever feels what we have deleted or omitted is not good, we allow it to pass, then you come with an amendment, Honorable Speaker. I think so. We are confused.
Honorable members, as I said earlier, our intention is to get the best out of the anti-corruption bill. Now, as what the member for Central Badibu indicated, specific as the minority leader said, he was specific to a specific clause for review. And why the honorable member for Woolly East came up, he also wants another clause to be looked into. And I said, what's wrong when we look at, as we look at the relevant clauses, we see any other wrong or problem or issue, we correct it. And then the technical people said, yes, it's yours, you can do it, but why don't you amend your first motion? Then you look at the whole document again, if that is so desired. Momo, raise your tag and I will call you, you take the floor. Hey, please concentrate here. Raise your tags. Let's not go. If you want to talk, raise your tag. Lower Salum, you just spoke. Lower Salum,
yeah.
I think you spoke just now. You are the one who spoke.
Yeah, after your ruling, I want to speak with your intelligence, with your good office. Yes, Honorable Speaker, yes, I think we can go by that. If anybody wants to make an amendment, no, allow him to come.
Honorable members, I said to you people, please, leave people express their opinions. You cannot be sitting down, somebody is saying something, you are saying no. If you come up and take the floor and the other party says no to you also, let him speak. When he is ready, you take the floor and disagree with him. Please, can you go ahead?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the minority come with a motion that which is seconded. Then the member for Woolly West again, Woolly East, and Central Badibu, they are all coming with a different opinion. And now you have said that we look at the whole build again. I think, yes. Now, what I'm not suggesting is, I told you, don't listen to people. You are addressing me. Talk. You cannot respond to all these small comments. What I'm trying to do is, we have made our decisions, and they want to, how to call it, get back, revise our decisions by moving the motions. Why not we check the whole text again? Then we continue for the betterment of our people. You know, my proposal, I only made a proposal. I'm not asking you to do it that way. But as I said, after all that, if we are to do it from the technical backup, it will be best for us either for a motion to be moved to look at the whole thing again, one, or specifically, as just like the motion from the minority, there was a specific issue to be looked into, and the one proposed by the member for Woolly East will be specific. It means in the absence of those two, we can all look at any other thing. No, we cannot. We can't.
Honorable Speaker, now that there are two issues emerging that we need to look at next session. And I'm sure all other members also have some issues that are specific to their concern. No, you cannot speak my mind. No, no, no. You can't put words to my mouth. No, 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 no. Now what we're going to do is, let's just move a motion to look at the whole thing again next session.
Mr. Speaker, if I did was second reading, right? Point of order, Mr. Speaker, point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes. May I hear the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, Order 74.
Speaker, I have a point of order.
Amendments to bills after consideration stage, reconsideration stage. 1. If any member desires to leave out or amend provision contained in a bill following consideration stage or to introduce any new provisions therein, he or she may at any time before the person in charge of the bill rises to move to the third reading of the bill. Move that the bill be reconsidered either wholly or in respect only of some particular part or parts of the bill, or some proposed new clauses or new schedule. I think all of us are in right direction. So there is no
yes, Honorable. I don't know what is your point of order.
Yeah, my point
of order.
Honorable. You see, this is the issue with legal issues. This is why we may disagree. When you read a provision, your interpretation may differ from his and mine and somebody else.
I have a point of order.
That's why at most times we used to have interpretation here. But what we are saying, what our legal people, I was talking with them, what they were saying is, the provision you read is the one we were cutting into pieces. And where it says either in whole or in part, or some identified areas, some of us are saying, it means when we come back, we can all review the whole thing, but we can take some parts and review it. The others are saying, no, those that you want to review should be stated here first. And I said, but where is that stated in the law? That it should be stated before us. That's where we are. You see the interpretation? So now we may be forced to do what? To now agree to every proposed, to move a motion for every proposed amendment or insertion we want to make, or we make a motion to do the whole thing again. And as we reach anywhere, you can make your proposal to amend. If you have nothing on it, if you have nothing, we just go through fast. But if you have something, we look at it. These are the two things we have now. So already we have agreed to the proposal of the minority on a specific clause. Now the Honorable Member for Woolley East was trying to make a proposal, a motion. So we now agree, either we let members make proposals for amendments or insertions on issues they want us to deal with, or we make one motion to look at the whole thing again.
Order.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Order 75, amendment to third reading. Mr. Speaker, on the third reading of the bill, it says similar amendments may be proposed to the question that the bill be now read a third time. And if the assembly stage agrees to an amendment in either of such form, the second reading of the bill shall be considered to have been negative. So it means that, Mr. Speaker, we don't even have to debate all this. It has to go back to the second stage.
That's why we want to avoid. We want to avoid going into the third reading when these things will be done, and it will mean it will be rejected, and we go back again. That's why this motion was entertained. So that now it's in order that yes, we have done it at the committee stage, but we have certain observations, A, B, and C. So therefore, we are committing the bill back to the ABC committee. And it will come back for those specific areas to be looked into, agreed or disagreed. One. But
have you ruled on my order, Mr. Speaker?
You're out of order. Honorable members, I don't think we need to waste time on this. We have two options. Is to allow members to identify their concerns
and then each move a motion on those concerns, or to put everything away, we just move a motion to look at the bill again. And there, when we come back, we will look through it as usual from A to Z.
I think we look
Yes,
at the whole
Honorable.
thing again.
I think, Honorable, as I am specific, let's all try to be specific. If anybody wants anything to be added, you inform us. We know that these are the things that are identified. Rather than to make it open, I think that is better.
The problem is, it will mean members must go and reread it, and they don't have time. And at the time to reread it, when are you going to do it? Because what they are saying is, as you mentioned a specific clause, any proposed amendment to be done must be mentioned now.
Yes.
This is what they are saying. And now, members have not got the time to look at it. At the time we are re-looking at it, and we come to see something else again. What happens?
I think whoever wants to, have a mind in anything, already you must have made your mind on that. It's not a matter of you go through. No,
to be honest with you, we looked at this to the end, and no amendment was made. We have agreed. We have all agreed. It is an afterthought.
No, this one was a submission made by a committee. Yes, it was a submission that we proposed.
Thing is, but why was it not amended at the time?
Huh?
Why was it not amended at the time at the committee of the whole assembly?
It was the interpretation advanced by the minister, but later we realized that this is too general, and we want to bring it back. This is what we put.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It means it's an omission. It's an afterthought.
No.
It's an afterthought.
You were care at that time. I think that's the case. So, but this is in the report. Come to the report.
For me, I'm trying to make it easier for everybody. But if you choose, when we have specifics, then we will allow members to make specific applications, motions for probable amendment, as done by the Honorable Member for Brikama North. We will then allow the Honorable Member for Woolly East to make his proposals, and if there are any more, we will allow it. All right, instead of looking at the whole thing again. Okay, Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, no, Honorable Speaker.
No, I put it down. Everybody agreed. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes. Now I'm saying I am relying on section clause 74 of the standing orders, and I'm rising on to move a motion under 75 of the standing orders as well to rescind the earlier decision that we've made to adopt 68. Clause 68 of the anti-corruption bill itself. Well, now to look at it again, it's looking at it again. Yes, to look at it again. But my proposal is for us to look at it again.
We are not going to rescind it. We are going to allow it to be reconsidered.
Yeah, reconsidered. Reconsidered. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Honorable Member for Woolly East has moved a motion that 68 be reconsidered. And what is clause? Can you brief the Assembly on clause 68? Read it. What is clause 68 they are asking?
It's part 3, which is evidence.
You said clause 68.
68, yes. That is presumption in certain offenses. And that's why you have undue advantage. And that's why I want us to reconsider that one.
But are you following?
No, it has been deleted.
Honorable members, if I remember, this specific one has been debated here. In fact, it looked like it was deleted. Honorable member for Woodley East, have you taken down the notes? Have you been taking down notes as we make proposed amendments? Pardon? You know, at the committee of the whole house, amendments were proposed. Have you got all the proposed amendments? Yes, so you want that undue advantage, yeah? To be reconsidered for? All right, all right. It has been moved, yes? Just a minute. Honorable member for Woodley East, you have part 3, evidence, isn't it? Section clause 68, presumption, in certain offenses. Am I right? And then after 1A, B, C, and D, that's where you have the offenses. That the undue advantage, that word is what you wanted to move. Am I right? Pardon? Honorable mover of the motion. Is it that?
The undue advantage has, under the interpretation clause.
Honorable, can you lead us to to the area where you want us to reconsider?
Yeah, what has been removed during the consideration stage was the issue of undue advantage, which states the undue advantage shall be presumed to have been corruptly accepted or agreed, and that is 68.1. That's my concern. 68.1. Which was
Honorable, you are confusing us more.
You are confused?
No, listen. You are proposing that we reconsider something on the bill. Please, please, please. I'm not giving anybody until I'm ready. I want something clear. Honorable member for Woodley East, your proposal is for us to revisit an area of the bill. We want you to pinpoint that area. To tell us specifically, I want us to revisit this area when it is back with us. No. As was done by the minority leader.
Honorable, I have already quoted 68.1.
68.1 where on 68?
Which is dealing with undue advantage, which was rejected by the members.
This clause was entirely deleted. 75 level. 75
I'm saying you should not delete it. This should be
all right, honorable members, if you go to 68.1, it says, where in any proceedings against a person for an offense under section 20 of this act, it is proved that any undue advantage, is it that undue advantage you want us to reconsider?
The original text, the undue advantage is removed in the original text in 75 as well, 68 and 75. And what I'm requesting is for us to reconsider that.
So, my member for Woolly East, you are the one causing the confusion. This thing has been removed at the committee stage, and you want it reintroduced. Am I right? Woolly, I will let you down and move around. Please.
Honorable, I quoted 68. I also quoted 75.
Asking that. You are not answering my question.
Yes.
Honorable.
Let me tell you what I'm really concerned about. That's 75.
68. That's why we started.
Use your mic. I cannot hear you.
They are saying that there is no issue with 68. But you said there is an issue. I'm asking you what the issue is.
Honorable, there is an issue at 68 because we have removed the issue of undue advantage in the last one in 75, but it is still being mentioned at 68. So we need to consider all of them together. That's what I'm saying. It's amended. You were not here.
You are a doctorate holder in causing confusion in people's minds. Honorable, I have told you what the standing order says. And I have told you when in consultation with our technical backup, what they have advised. And we have now agreed that anybody who wants us to revisit an area, you must specifically say so and then move a motion. And then we move to the next one and move to the next one.
Honorable Speaker.
You are telling me 68 and 75.
Honorable Speaker.
Please. 68 and 75. What you want us to do with 68 is what I want to know. And what you want to do, then we will go to 75 and you tell us what you want us to consider at 75.
Is it replaced?
68 has no problem. We want to replace 75.
Yes.
Honorable member for Woolly, you put your cards in order.
Motion.
Yes, minority member for Central Badibu.
Motion. Honorable Speaker, motion.
Central Badibu, you want to say something?
Seni.
Motion.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to stress that 68 has no other issue during our amendments here. It was 75 that was totally deleted, where you have the term undue advantage. It's only 75 that has been deleted. So the motion should be to replace that one back, 75 back, instead of saying 68. 68 has no other issue, because it's talking of due advantage, it's mentioned there.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, you know, all these issues that they want to bring here were debated and voted in. And this anti-corruption bill have been in this parliament for many years now. And my proposal is we have extensively exhausted all those clauses. There is no law that is perfect. And if you want to bring it again, it's going to be the same, because the majority of the assembly believe some of those clauses, and also the one the minority is quoting, that is consent, is derived from Section 85 of the 1997 Constitution. So we will still come to the same. This issue is a way of dragging this bill to another session. Let's pass the bill now.
Honorable Speaker,
minority, and the honourable member for Woodley East. Yes. I was now briefed, and I understand what the member for Woodley East was doing. What happened was, clause 75 was deleted. Agreed, and it was deleted. But now the amended copies are circulated. How can you talk about section 75 again? That is gone. Your reference, no. Your reference can only be on what you have with you. And two, I'm not giving you a chance. And two, I'm coming to you, I heard you well. I just want to clear some issues. We are now dealing with the amended version. And what I'm made to understand is, it was a problem for you people to delete that. It reached a stage where individual opinions were sought. And it was passed. So are we not going to waste time again if those people are not convinced to bring it back again and then we have the same result? That's what I want to do. Honorable member for...
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Contrary to what the Deputy Speaker said, if we are here making laws, we need to make laws that are progressive. If you do comparison all over the world, there is no anti-corruption bill in Africa or outside Africa that doesn't have illicit enrichment and this thing. So what law are you passing here? It's not a progressive law. That's why we want to revise it and make sure it is progressive. Now I'm going to look at you, not the Speaker. Thank you.
Moson. These things are terminologies that mean to one person differently to another. You know, all what is here, a lot of things came before us here. Some of you will disagree, others will agree. You come to another issue, those who disagreed with the first will now agree, others will disagree. So what you call progressive or this thing, the most important thing in Parliament is to be able to convince those who are not agreeing, you give them facts to make them agree. Yes, you have said something.
Motion.
But I think
members, we have all been in Parliament. You know, when you bring something to Parliament and it is rejected, and you want Parliament to change, you want Parliament to revisit it, you must redraft what you brought. Otherwise, the same negative attitudes will occur. That's normal. So my problem actually is, I don't want us to waste our time on things that can be done now and concluded, because at the end of the day, you don't have any bill or act that is perfect. And you had the opportunity to debate this thing here. You had the opportunity. You cannot convince each other, and the majority decided what was to be done. So I don't know now how we move, because we have already passed the one for
Honourable Speaker, on the corrected version that we are dealing with, the corrected version that we are dealing with, the proposed amendment by the member, in fact, that has been expunged already. If you look at the interpretation clause, you still have the undue advantage there, and I think it should be deleted as well, because it is not captured. It should be deleted, because that is not in the bill at the moment. It has been expunged already. So you can still... Hey! No, you have to listen to me. No, listen. Listen to me. Listen to me.
The best way for us to go forward. So far, members have a right to make a motion seeking for reconsideration after committee stage of a bill, specific area of a bill. That motion will be tabled, and the motion has to be seconded and passed for it to have effect. Now, but we cannot deny them the right to make those motions. If you feel a particular motion should not happen, don't accept it. If you feel it is good enough, you accept it, and then we move forward. We cannot be arguing, we have nothing on the floor, arguing the pros and cons. Yes?
No. Honorable Kamala, don't do that. Let's vote on the bill. Don't do so.
Honorable member for, how do you call it? Woolly East. So your motion is on the sidelines. When you are ready, you are so, you can put your motion. Any other?
Care West. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion on the amendment of a specific motion on the original script, which was illicit enrichment, clause 37. This has been expunged, so I'm moving the motion for restoration of this to be reconsidered in the bill.
Clause 37B.
Clause 37.
You want it to be reconsidered for inclusion?
Yes.
You see,
Honorable Speaker, can you make this thing easier now? Let me withdraw this. Don't say it that way, right? You've done all your nonsense here. You've said all your nonsense here.
Honorable member for Honorable Woolies, what's your problem? Thank you very much.
I know you like that.
Yeah, you said you want to withdraw your motion.
Yes.
Yeah, can you withdraw it?
So, Honorable Speaker, after considering all the other details with other colleagues, I have come to the decision to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I think now we have come to the end. A motion was moved by the Honorable Minority Leader. It was seconded, and then it was agreed to. And therefore, the bill, the anti-corruption bill, will be committed to the ABC committee for reconsideration of that particular clause of the bill. Unfortunately, it means the bill, the anti-corruption bill, would have to wait until the next session. Yes, all you know.
Honorable Speaker, I did say something. I said at the interpretation clause, the undue advantage that they're talking about has been expunged and is clear. You can clearly see it on the interpretation clause. I'm saying, you see, you have to allow me. Please, I am saying, I am going to propose for it to be removed when the bill is reconciled.
You move a motion then?
Yes.
Okay, you move a motion that particular thing, just like what the minority did.
Honorable Speaker, please. Honorable Speaker, please.
Somebody is on the floor. Speaker.
Speaker, no, you try to settle a problem here. That other issues were really looked at and they were very debated. And if you want to go back to those things, we'll create a problem. That's why we talked to honorable member of Woolley is to withdraw.
This time, honorable, no,
please,
this time,
if you are setting a precedent that
honorable, please, honorable, please, this time you are not in order much.
Honorable Speaker, I think Deputy Minority Leader, Deputy Majority Leader, the undue advantage is still part of the bill. It was in section clause 75. It was 75 that was deleted. And when it was deleted, of course, undue advantage at that particular clause will go. Well, it doesn't mean that nowhere in the bill you will not find undue advantage. Then therefore, it is still relevant in the interpretation. Because if you go to 68, Honorable Speaker, the final draft, 68, presumption in certain offense, etc., where in any proceeding against a person for an offense under Section 20 of this Act, it is proved that any undue advantage. So therefore, the interpretation is still relevant.
Honorable Majority, Deputy Majority Leader, what was your proposal? What do you want to propose?
No, Honorable Speaker, exactly my proposal was on the specific clause that was expunged, that is undue advantage. That is why I said it's clearly seen on the interpretation clause. Should we remove it? That was going to be my proposal.
Did not, please.
What I'm saying is,
undue advantage did not appear only in clause 75. It appeared in some other areas. I don't know whether you follow. So it needs this interpretation. If all the undue advantages were removed, then the interpretation will be removed. Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, you know what the Deputy Majority is saying? On that day, it was debated. The debate on undue advantage was so heated. And all the speakers, they are concerned, they raised that issue to the Attorney General. And we went back to interpretations. All of us were, they went back to the interpretation, and of course, and it was... And it was because based on the undue advantage, because its interpretation stemmed down to the deep of our rooted culture, tradition, and religion. That was the reason why it was deleted. So therefore, undue advantage should not be part of it.
The problem here actually is undue advantage appears in other clauses. Can you tell us how those ones are going to be interpreted? Yes, go ahead, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, because of that word, that was the concern of the majority of the NAMs. If it appeared on 68, it should be amended. I move that we consider Section 68 and the amendment, Clause 68 and the amendment of due advantage when we are considering it.
Honorable Speaker.
If I understand you, you are moving a motion for Section 68 to be reconsidered at the committee of the whole assembly after it has been referred by the ABC committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable member. Do I understand you? What is he doing?
Honorable Speaker, what the Deputy Speaker said on that day, that did not truly happen in this House. What happened was, it was not about the interpretation of the clauses on due advantage. Members were asking their understanding on due advantage, but it was not, we did not look at it as a clause to be removed from the bill. That had never happened. We never voted on it.
What I'm saying is, in fact, that is not relevant. Because what the rights you have is to reconsider any part of the bill. I don't want to go into those details because I don't know. What I'm trying to put across is, I've said it many a times, each and every member reserves the right to move a motion to be reconsidered, for a person or a clause to be reconsidered following its reintroduction after the ABC. Any member. The process will be, you move your motion, it has to be seconded, and it has to be agreed to, it has to be passed by the members. Then it's agreed. But we cannot deny somebody from, anybody, from moving a motion that he so desires. No, I did not tell anybody to, no.
Speaker.
Please.
Speaker.
I never said that.
Speaker.
In fact, what I said, my proposal then was, we have one motion to review everything. And you rejected.
Yes.
Members rejected. Yes, honorable member. Honorable, yes, before the motion, yes?
Yes, there's no motion. The thing is...
Motion is not done. He said he wants to put that motion. I will allow him put the motion.
I did that already, Honorable Speaker.
No. You have to redo it then. Yes?
I want to clarify that. It was clause 75. Evidence of custom or conviction inadmissible. It was this particular section that was deleted, not specifically the word undue advantage. Now, what we are trying to say, since it was this clause that was deleted, and if you go to other clauses, you can still find this word undue advantage. What the deputy majority is calling for the amendment of the amended the interpretation clause to remove the undue advantage, is still relevant in the interpretation, because in as much as it's still in the bill, therefore the interpretation clause is still relevant there.
Honorable, I have made a ruling on that. We have a new set. What the Honorable Deputy Speaker is saying that he is proposing to amend, is it section 68? Deputy Speaker, please. You are proposing to amend where?
I am proposing, my motion is to amend the definition on clause 68 and also on due advantage on the definition.
Honorable Speaker, you see, we cannot allow to play, we cannot be here and play with the law like, please, this is a serious national issue, please. No. Let's be very serious. We are dealing with law. We are making law for Gambia. We are making law for a progressive nation. You know, they cannot just remove anything because you can remove it. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member for Latrikunda, you are one of the most people who commonly take the floor, and people respect your opinion, though they may disagree. If you don't, you cannot deny somebody a right. What you can do is allow him do it, and then when you vote against it, and then let it die. Honorable member, I want to know the specifics, because Honorable Minority Leader was specific.
Honorable
Honorable Speaker, yes, I am specific on
minority. 75. 75 is not part of the bill. Your proposal was to amend week 1. 75. Hold on, please. Minority is 75. What happened was, 75 was deleted, and then another clause moved to 75. That's the one you are now proposing. Okay, that was very clear. You are specific, and then we will look into it when we come to the committee of the whole House. Now, Honorable Njai, Honorable Member for Nominated Member and Deputy Speaker, can you move your motion?
Honorable Speaker, I move that on the definition for undue advantage and also where it appears for it to be considered in the consideration stage.
Definition for undue advantage and
that's clause 2 on the interpretation, Honorable Speaker. Clause 2 on the interpretation. That's undue advantage. Yes, I mean, on the definition, yes. Interpretation is on clause 2. I said on clause 2, definition of...
Honorable, can you frame your whole sentence, please? I want to get how you frame it. Please, can you say it? Let me write it down. Please.
Motion.
No, yeah.
Motion.
Yes.
For consideration of clause 2 interpretation. Under that is undue advantage.
For consideration of clause 2.
Yes.
Clause 2. Yes, clause 2 what?
Definition, that's interpretation, undue advantage.
For consideration of clause 2.
On the definition of undue advantage. Interpretation of undue advantage. Yes. Your mic is not on, sir. I can't hear you.
What follows? I want to get your word verbatim. You said for consideration of clause 2.
On the interpretation, yes.
An interpretation
of undue advantage.
And the interpretation
of undue advantage.
Of the words undue advantage.
Yes.
Undue advantage.
And wherever it appears.
Advantage.
And wherever it appears.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you talked about 68. What happened?
No, Honorable Speaker, you know, the crux of the matter stems on 75, our tradition. So some of the members are insinuating that it also in 68. I said not only in 68, but I said wherever it appears.
The interpretation of the word words undue advantage and wherever it that this August Assembly do consider the motion the consideration of Clause 2 and the interpretation of the words undue advantage and wherever it appears in the bill. Those in favor, now we vote.
Division.
Now, get ready. Now, those who are in favor of the bill, raise your tax. The motion, rather. Those in favor who are agreeing to the motion, raise your tax. Honorable members, stop talking. When we are voting, raise your tongue. If you don't raise it, that's all. If we don't see you, so please listen. Honorable members, honorable member for Latrikunda, please. No. Honorable, please have patience, please. Honorable members, as I said, the office of the clerk wants to see your tax up so that they can count you. If you are in favor of the bill, your tax up. Sorry. If you are in support of the motion, your tax up. You've got it? In favor of the motion, who is shouting?
Honorable Speaker. No, Deputy Speaker should respect the proceedings. How can you remove somebody's tag from his table and put it there? You have to respect the National Assembly, please. Honorable Speaker, make a ruling on that, please.
Honorable members, we have come to the end of the counting. Who is saying not yet? Banjul not. Please, when you must respect the seat. Please.
No, Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable member, don't comment.
With due respect, of course I respect the seat.
Honorable member, then you don't comment until you raise your tag and I call your attention.
I have reasons for saying that. Ask me the reason first.
Pardon? No. We are not asking people to announce their presence.
Was seated. We can see the Deputy Speaker misbehaving in this Parliament and we are not saying anything about it. With due respect. Let's talk to him first.
Honorable member, can you withdraw that?
No, you are, because I even put...
is that
I want you to let me know on that.
Is that Banjul North?
I talked before the Banjul North.
No, Latrikunda, please. No, Banjul North. No. You have no respect for me. Don't tell me with due respect.
Yeah, of course, I have respect.
No, you have not. You're going beyond marks. I told you people, respect people's opinions. You cannot suppress somebody's opinion. You have a right to disagree with the person. If you feel you are right, somebody else also is thinking that you are wrong. So please, let's be tolerant and accept. You bring convincing words to convince others. Now we have the results. The results is those in favor 16, those not in favor 14. Honorable members,
motion.
That is the second motion. Please. But are you getting it? That is the second motion, honorable member. Any other motion?
Motion, Speaker.
Yes. Lower Salum.
Honorable Speaker, I raise a motion to allow the minister to make the third reading for us to adopt the bill. Yes.
Honorable, the only possible motion now, the bill is already committed.
Speaker.
Motion.
Sorry, Speaker.
Then withdraw.
Hello? Speaker. Move a motion beyond 6, please. Time.
Yes, Nyamina.
I was just reminding you to move a motion beyond 6, if you will stay beyond 6.
In fact, Nyamina, we are just concluded. Anyway, you can move it. Just move it. You can move the motion. Move the motion. If we don't go, move the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Then I move a motion, we stay beyond 6. To finish the work. Finish business.
Any seconder? Yes, Jara Central.
Motion seconded, Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 to complete the order paper. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Now, we now have the next one. Yes? Huh?
Motion. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on clause 74 of the standing order. My motion is as follows: to reconsider evidence of custom or conviction inadmissible at the committee stage or at the reconciliation stage. A section that has been deleted.
Yeah, you said you have to make reference to us, to the section. Tell us the section.
The section 75.
Section 75.
It has been deleted, so you cannot see it.
No, you cannot. We are not dealing with. We are
no. Can
No.
Come to section. Come to clause 74 of the standing order. No. Please. Let me learn. No. Please, can I come, please? I'm on track. No.
Honorable, don't shout. Just sit down. I've taken the floor. When a clause is not in this book, it has been deleted. Then when you move that you're going to state that for an inclusion, you cannot make reference to it. It's going to be an inclusion of a new clause. And then you go, that's what you should do.
Honorable, I did not make reference to the new clause that you have or the new rule. I said the one that has been deleted, even if I don't quote, but I said the deleted one, I want it to be restored back. So that's not it. You should understand, whether I use the old copy or the new copy, but what I'm saying is my motion is to bring it back. So there's no crime in that. There's no crime.
No, if you tell me 75, that's what happened. When I looked at 75, I saw something different until it explained to me that 75 had been removed, and then there is still 75 in the bill. There is still 75. So another clause has taken its place. So this is what I'm saying. Your motion should be that you want to introduce reintroduce a clause into the thing, and you tell us what that is. This is what we are saying.
Okay, Speaker, noted. I did say I want this clause to be reinstalled back. That is prosecution. No, it's not prosecution. Where is it? Yes, to introduce evidence of custom or conviction inadmissible. This is what I said. It was later that when you want to find out, I make reference to the old one.
You said, let me hear that. You said,
I said I want this clause to be
we clause. You said what?
Evidence of custom.
Evidence of
custom or conviction inadmissible. If you want to see it, you have to make reference to 75 of the old one.
No, this is what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's not for us to
But
go.
do you understand what I mean?
Honorable, please. You must give us, so far it's not in our records. It's not there again. You tell us what exactly you want what insertion do you want?
Honorable Speaker.
You can go back to the old one and then read whatever you have there.
Honorable
but
Speaker.
You tell us. We are not dealing with the old one.
I want the following thing to be considered at the reconciliation stage. Yes, insertion.
Yeah.
So they are as follows: evidence of custom or conversion inadmissible as a new clause. Of custom or conviction inadmissible.
Where do you have that? Where do you have that?
You want me to read? Yeah.
What your problem is? People listen to you, but you hardly listen to people.
Yes.
You are now proposing for an introduction of a new clause. Huh? That new clause, I think you have just given us the heading. What is the content?
I refer you to the old one. 75.
We are not dealing with the old one. Our new bill is here with us.
When we read there, I will come with the rest.
No, we need to know what you want us to look like so that we present it as everybody did.
All right, so you can now listen. In any proceedings under this act, evidence shall not be admissible to... That's why if you want to write, Honorable Speaker, it's going to take your time.
Yes.
I can submit it after.
No, you see, it's a right for every member to know. In any proceedings, continue.
Under this act.
Under this act, yes.
Comma.
Yes, go ahead.
Evidence shall not be.
Evidence shall not be, yes.
Admissible to show.
Admissible to show.
That any undue.
Yes.
Advantage mentioned.
Advantage, huh?
Yes.
Undue advantage.
Mentioned in this act.
Yes.
Is customary in any profession.
Is customary.
Yes. In any profession.
In any profession.
Comma. Trade. Comma.
Hold on.
Vocation.
Hold on. Trade. Trade,
comma.
Yes.
Vocation.
Vocation, yes.
Or calling.
Or calling.
Or on a social occasion.
Or
on a social occasion.
On a social occasion.
Yes.
Or on a social occasion. Yes.
Full stop.
That's all. Members, the motion is for the reintroduction of evidence of customs or conviction inadmissible. In any proceedings under this act, evidence shall not be admissible to show that any undue advantage mentioned in this act is customary in any profession, trade, vocation, or calling, or on a social occasion. Any seconder? Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the motion for inclusion of, I quote, evidence of customs or conviction inadmissible as the heading, that in any proceedings under this act, evidence shall not be admissible to show that any undue advantage mentioned in this act is customary in any profession, trade, vocation, or calling, or on a social occasion. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. We just count it. I am to give judgment. And more so, if I give judgment this way, these people will say split vote. If I give it, so let's go to vote.
What is happening?
Members, those, I think these are the petition of the, I have for, those for the motion 14, those against the motion 16 again. The motion is lost.
Motion, Honorable Speaker. Motion.
Kiang West?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to propose an insertion of Section 37, illicit enrichment, to be in the original copy. Illicit enrichment. Yes, yes. It's insertion of a new code.
Don't code the 37. Yes. Don't code the section.
Honorable members, are you hearing the member for Kiang West? I was just making consultations. I think that was the most talked about. That was the most talked about, I understand, clause for removal. It was well debated and then it was expunged. I don't know, the trend we are taking may not go well for all of us. You know, we must at all times try to reach consensus or we convince each other. But if you take it this trend, it will give us problems in passing bills that are relevant. I don't know whether the honorable member for, how do you call it, Kiang West, can you, let's not follow that trend. Will you still want to put up your motion?
Yes, I still want to put up my motion.
Okay. Honorable members, I think you know section, is it section 37?
37, yes.
Honorable Speaker.
But Speaker, something expunged.
No way.
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder for the motion?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, who is talking?
Yara West.
Yara West?
Yes.
Yes.
It seems like we are going back through another consideration for the whole bill. And some members who are raising these issues here, when these things were debated, when we are considering this clause, they are not in chambers. They were not here. Are we going back for the whole, to consider the whole bill again? The whole house, for the whole house? We are wasting our time.
Honorable, in fact, honorable, yes, in fact, that's what I want to discourage. Honorable, please, I want this assembly to look at things holistically for the good of everybody. I don't want us to take those other trends where I am putting up something and I'm not getting it and I'm convinced, let me put in more facts to convince people so that we move on. But not the type I am trying to see. Any seconder for the motion? Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
I rise to second the motion.
Honorable
we cannot pass
members.
a law here that is not going to support.
Honorable members, again, it has been moved and seconded that clause 37, I think you are all familiar with clause 37, illicit enrichment, that was expunged. Be considered for reintroduction. Insertion, call it your language. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those in favor, are you sleeping? Say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say aye. Please say no. No. If you put your tag up and you put it down before it is counted, you lose it. So those in favor, your tags up. Now those not in favor, put your tags up. Not in favor.
The corrupt ones.
Honorable members, results. Those in favor, 13. Those against, 19. So the motion is lost.
Honorable Speaker, recount it.
Members, it has been
do the recounting. Do the recounting.
Honorable members, we have almost come to the end of today's business. It has been a hectic one. It has been participatory, I observed. I want us to remind ourselves that let's be a little bit tolerant, honorable members. Let's come out with our facts to convince those who don't agree. We cannot suppress anybody's opinion. Let's remember that. But if we all have one goal, when we dialogue, we discuss and engage each other, we will come to the same point. So please, let's avoid not allowing others not to talk. The way you want to talk, any other person has the same right. But I said you reserve the right to disagree with anybody. So, honorable members, with that, once again, let me thank you and the clerk, office of the clerk, and all those honorable ministers who are here with us with our technical backups. Be it resolved, I now put the question, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 24th September 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stands adjourned until Thursday, 24th September 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt.
Islamic microfinance is becoming an